Thank you, Pam. Good morning. My name is Felicia Orth, hearing officer appointed by the Environmental Improvement Board to conduct a hearing in the matter of the proposed adoption of 20.2.92. This is the Clean Transportation Fuel Program, docketed as EIB 25-23R. We are on the sixth day of hearing. Just preliminarily, let me say there will be a public comment at opportunity at 1 o'clock this afternoon following our lunch break. There will also be a public comment hearing online, virtual only, at 6 p.m. And we've assured that there is only one link so that we are all in the same place on the same platform this evening. The other thing I know about this week is that we are planning not to be in hearing on Wednesday and to pick up Thursday and as necessary Friday based on witness availability. My understanding is we're going to hear from Dr. Schubert today, Mr. Maxwell today. You may have to refresh my memory on the other things we know about today. And I see Mr. Noyes on his feet. Mr. Noyes.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Officer, members of the board. Graham Noyes on behalf of Verde, the SAF Producer Group, and Infinium. And my request was just a clarification in terms of the order of cross-examination for Dr. Laskowski today.
So I had agreed to call on folks to cross-examine, effectively starting with the perhaps the most not challenging, but the parties who are most likely to probe the testimony rather than rehabilitate the witness, and then move through it. So since, for example, when it was the department and other generally supportive parties offering their testimony, NMOGA went first and Oxy and the fuel companies. Now we'll go in a different order, which is that with NMOGA and the other fuel folks going today, we'll start with the coalition, for example, first. I would start with NMED, but NMED asked to be last, and as the petitioner, I thought that was a good idea. So coalition, Food and Water Watch, another coalition, Growth Energy, Sorghum, Rio Valley, your clients, and then loop back around to Oxy and the fuel companies. Does that make sense?
I'm sorry, Mr. Noyes.
I'm sorry, Madam Hearing Officer, I was asking specifically about Dr. Laskowski, who testified for the coalition, and we still have her cross-examination to do.
Oh, thank you very much. You're right. Let me think about this just momentarily. While I think about that, are there other preliminary questions this morning? No? Okay. And so that is what we're starting with this morning, is the cross-examination of Doc. Okay, I'm sorry, I was already jumping ahead. Let's see what makes sense then.
Hearing examiner.
Yes.
Oh, we have both Travis Madsen and Cheryl Lakowski, and Travis went presented direct first. I just want to clarify the order.
Okay. I'm sorry, I've lost my head over the weekend. But they're being cross-examined as a panel, or yes?
Apologies, yes, they're going as a panel.
Okay. So why, is there a reason I wouldn't go through the usual order then?
Just seeking clarification.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Noyes. I was just seeking clarification.
Remember that you need to use the microphone, and because otherwise they can't hear you on the platform.
All right. Great. Well, good. I'm glad. I'm glad that no one is identifying a reason not to go through the usual order before we kind of flip the contribution of the parties. So, Mr. Molenberg or Mr. Trujillo, do you have questions of Mr. Madsen or Dr. Laskowski?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Good morning, Dr. Laskowski and Mr. Madsen. My name is Dal Mullenberg, and I'm here on behalf of the New Mexico Oil and Gas Association and the American Petroleum Institute. Thank you both for your testimony. Dr. Laskowski, I have a few questions for you. The first couple relate to your resume, CCAE Exhibit 10, and just a couple of things for clarification. Under your areas of expertise, the first item is clean fuel standards, and then you go on to say greenhouse gas or GHG accounting for transportation fuels. I'm curious if that is the same thing as life cycle analysis or if those are different things.
Thank you. So yeah, I am, and I have expertise in greenhouse gas emissions accounting through a variety of protocols, including the IPCC and other protocols. I'm not specifically, I have not been trained as a life cycle expert, but I worked for 3 years with experts in implementing the low carbon fuel standard and have a lot of experience in what goes into life cycle analysis and implementation of programs that use that protocol approach.
Thank you. Appreciate that clarification. And as I understand it, you were employed by CARB from 2015 to 2023. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it indicates that you were the life cycle fuel standards branch chief for part of that period. And you may have covered this in your direct, but could you remind us the period during which you were the branch chief?
Yes, I was hired as the branch chief at the end of 2020. So I think it was around December of 2020, November or December. And I was there through October of 2023.
Thank you. And could you describe your role with CARB or roles perhaps before you became branch chief?
Yes. So I came from the private consulting space. So I had already been working in the professional realm before I was hired at CARB. So in 2015, I was hired into CARB working for the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund program as a GHG expert and with expertise in local emissions accounting. And I worked primarily on the Affordable Housing and Sustainable Communities program that is funded through the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund program. I was within a year promoted to be what is called a staff air pollution specialist, which is like an expert staff for the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund program in the transportation section. About a year later, I became the manager for the policy section of that same program. So they're broadly called California Climate Investments, but the funding is the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, which is the cap and trade auction proceeds. So I managed staff and we oversaw the annual report that quantified greenhouse gas emission benefits for that program. We did the 3-year investment plan that's required by statute. And my team was also responsible for updating the guidelines for implementation of that program. So I was in that broad program in those 3 roles until I believe it was 2019. And then I was promoted to be the deputy director of the legislative office at the California Air Resources Board. So there's a legislative director, and then below that, a deputy director. And in that role, I managed the team who analyze the hundreds of bills every year that pertain to air quality and climate change or otherwise affect the California Air Resources Board. So in that role, we analyze bills and provide an internal evaluation and analysis to our boss, the governor, for his review as he's going through the bills, but also providing technical expertise on the bills to legislative staff.
Thank you very much. Dr. Laskowski, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions related to your testimony in your written direct on page 11 concerning ways to perform a carbon intensity analysis. Do you recall that testimony?
I can get to it if you give me 1 second.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm at page 11.
Okay. So I believe one of your statements is that there's no single correct way to perform a carbon intensity analysis. Is that true?
That's correct.
Okay. And that agency judgment is involved in determining how a carbon intensity analysis should be performed for a particular fuel or fuel pathway. Is that correct?
Yeah, there are certain standards that apply in life cycle analysis. So it was not my intent to suggest that there are no standard methodologies, but within life cycle assessment, there's a lot of assumptions that go into any calculation, any assumptions about production processes, what the boundary looks like for life cycle assessment. There are very clear standards in a lot of these situations, but as we are actually implementing and evaluating for a specific pathway, there are additional things that an agency will need to consider.
Thank you. So then in looking or determining what particular assumptions would be made for particular fuels and fuel pathways, and particularly if those assumptions might be different from fuel to fuel or fuel pathway to fuel pathway, could judgments be made in ways that advantage certain technologies over others?
Using a standardized approach really provides a framework for how life cycle assessment should be applied across all fuels. So I don't want to suggest that there is inherent bias in in how these scores are developed. There's just a lot that goes into them, and they're very different types of fuel and fuel production pathways that that require some assumptions to be made.
Thank you. In your testimony, you discuss some of the history of how CARB approached its LCFS program. And one of the points was that CARB backloaded its reductions to ease early compliance. Can you elaborate more on what you mean by that?
Yes, thank you. So in the very early days when CARB initially uh, adopted the low carbon fuel standard, it was the first program of its kind. And there was a lot of debate about whether any reductions could be met. There was a lot of stakeholders who said that there was no way that there's going to be able to reduce the carbon intensity of the fuels effectively. And the approach that CARB took was to have the implementation of the benchmarks go slow in the early years to ensure that the program could function. That program allowed ethanol in the beginning to generate credits, and over time we've seen that market evolve very very expeditiously, especially in the past few years, where we've seen a huge uptake in the amount of alternative fuels that really have shifted that framework from one where people were skeptical that carbon intensity reductions in transportation fuel could be achieved to one where there's a lot of credits, so much so that CARB has had to, or sorry, the California Air Resources Board recently had to update their benchmarks to acknowledge this rapid expansion of alternative fuels.
Thank you. Is it your understanding that with regard to CARB has the authority to adjust the program goals or benchmarks over time?
CARB is in a unique situation in which its statutory authority comes from a broader climate legislative directive called AB 32 and then SB 32. So CARB has been given a wide latitude in implementation of their program. Other programs, such as New Mexico's, they have a little bit more prescriptive requirements for how they have to implement their program, including benchmarks.
Your Honor,
Thank you.
Madam Hearing Officer, I do appreciate that Mr. Muhlenberg asked the witness for her understanding of the law, but I do think it's appropriate for me to note at the record at this point that Dr. Laskowski is not a lawyer and not present to offer legal opinion.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And Dr. Laskowski, you actually went to the comparison that I was going to ask you about next, and that is the difference between the California program and CARB's authority versus the statutory requirements for the New Mexico CTFS. I think you speak to that point in your testimony as well with regard to the, I'll use your word, prescriptive goals set by the legislature, particularly for 2030 and 2040. Do you recall that?
That sounds correct.
Okay, thank you. And I think you've already said this, but that the New Mexico approach is different from the California approach, at least in that regard. Is that correct?
In what specific regard?
Oh, in regard to the prescriptive goals set by the New Mexico statute compared to the flexibility that CARB has to adjust program goals and benchmarks under California law.
The New Mexico legislature gave specific carbon intensity reductions for 2 dates, is my recollection. And for California, they need to align with their broader statewide goals. So yes, there are different approaches there.
Okay. Dr. Laskowski, one of the points you make in your testimony is that, in your view, infrastructure crediting should be limited to zero emission vehicles. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And one of the reasons for your view in that regard is that liquid fueling infrastructure already exists. Is that right?
Yes, I don't see that additional infrastructure is needed for being able to deploy liquid alternative fuels in the same way that zero emission vehicles need infrastructure support.
Have you done an analysis of the existing New Mexico infrastructure for the delivery of liquid fuels?
I have not, but there seems to be a robust ability for residents to fuel their vehicles with liquid products currently.
Thank you. Are you familiar with natural gas fueling infrastructure in New Mexico?
Less so.
Okay. I think that's all of my questions. Thank you, Dr. Laskowski.
Thank you.
And Mr. Madsen, again, thank you for your testimony. I don't have any questions for you this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mullenberg. Mr. Tucker, do you have questions of Mr. Madsen or Dr. Laskowski? Ms. Jones?
Good morning, Madam Hearing Officer. Standing in for Mr. Tucker today. And I only have just a handful of questions for you, Dr. Laskowski. One of your recommendations in your written testimony, and I believe you repeated it in your oral testimony, is that book and claim should be eliminated from the New Mexico Clean Fuel Program entirely. Is that correct?
My recommendation is that, yes, that the physical delivery of fuels should be required in the program.
And in every other state with the Clean Fuel Program, there is at least some form of book and claim. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so if New Mexico were to adopt your recommendation, that would make it an outlier with regard to book and claim. Is that right?
I'm not a lawyer, but my read of the requirement for New Mexico is that the transportation fuel is used in the state. And so that is unique from, say, California, which does not have that specific legislative directive.
So maybe let me ask it a different way. If they accept your recommendation, New Mexico would be the only state with no opportunities to use book and claim for fuel producers. Is that right?
That's correct.
You note in your testimony that one of your concerns with book and claim is that it could allow a regulated party to claim credits in New Mexico, but the actual environmental benefit would be elsewhere. Is that right?
That any environmental benefit could be elsewhere. It could not be in New Mexico.
But in that scenario, is there nonetheless a net reduction in greenhouse gases?
Globally, yes, and I believe I said that in my oral statement as well.
Thank you. Those are the only questions I had today.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Mr. Wexler or Ms. Olson? Mr. Maxwell, do you have questions of Mr. Madsen or Dr. Laskowski?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Boutier or Mr. Harris?
No questions, Madam Hearing Officer.
Thank you. They said no questions. Let's see, Mr. Lordell or Ms. Reno? Mr. Sorayas?
Hello, Madam Hearing Officer. Yes, we do have questions for this panel.
Great.
And I just want to confirm that everyone can hear me in the room.
Yes, very clearly.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board, and good morning, everybody. My first line of questioning, I'd like to begin with Mr. Madsen.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'd just like to ask a few sort of questions on the importance of methane reduction, climate targets, and coordination. Does 1 ton of methane have a greater near-term impact on climate warming than 1 ton of carbon dioxide?
Yes.
And is methane more than 80 times potent as CO2 over 20 years?
I can't remember if that's the 20 or 25-year value, but that's approximately correct.
Thank you. And footnote 25 on page 16 of your testimony states that each unit of methane pollution is more significant in the near term than the long term. Most of warming effect of methane happens within a decade or two after emission, whereas excess carbon dioxide can stay in the atmosphere for thousands of years. Is it fair to say then that reducing methane today has a stronger impact on the near-term effects of climate change?
Yeah, if you're looking over a period of a decade or two, then reducing a ton of methane emissions has a bigger impact than reducing a ton of CO2. But the point of my testimony is that reducing all global warming pollutants is a critical activity for New Mexico to pursue with as much vigor as possible.
And going back to the question, is that the case no matter where the methane reduction occurs?
Yes, it's a global greenhouse gas.
Thank you. And on page 25 of your testimony, you mentioned the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement specifically. Has the UN said anything to your knowledge about the importance of methane reduction as a tool to slow near-term warming?
I can't recall. I would have to look up what the IPCC may have said about methane. I don't believe I stated anything about that in my testimony one way or the other. But it is one of the greenhouse gases that figures into the larger goal.
Right. And then I'll just cite another footnote here. In footnote 22 on page 15 of your testimony, you cite the summary for policymakers from the 2023 report from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or the IPCC. Does that report say anything about the importance of near-term action on methane to slow climate warming?
I'd have to go back and look at that report to confirm what it says about methane, but certainly reducing emissions, of which methane is one, is important, and the larger message that the IPCC is communicating.
Mm-hmm. And then one more question, seeing as how it was cited, are you familiar with the Global Methane Pledge from the IPCC?
I know I've seen it before, but I can't recall the details of the Global Methane Pledge while I'm sitting here.
Okay, understood. And on page 26 of your testimony, it describes the U.S. Climate Alliance, of which New Mexico is a part of. Has that body produced any statements on the importance of methane reduction?
I can't recall any specific statements the body's made, but certainly the U.S. Climate Alliance, I'm sure, recognizes the importance of reducing methane, and states like New Mexico have enacted regulations, particularly in the oil and gas sector, to reduce methane pollution, and I think that's an important activity.
So do you, in your expert opinion, consider methane reduction a critical tool to mitigate the near-term effects of climate change?
Yes.
Now, do you, in your expert opinion, believe that some RNG projects can reduce methane emissions?
Can you describe what you mean by an RNG project?
A project that creates renewable natural gas from organic waste feedstocks, or any other feedstocks as well that produce renewable natural gas.
I suppose I would have to look at the accounting for a specific project, but I could imagine a scenario where, you know, preventing a unit of methane emissions with some sort of fuel production process could result in a net reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, but it's not an area that I'm intimately familiar with.
Thank you. And on page 34 of your testimony, you state that the board should reject policies that unfairly advantage methane from animal manure. To clarify, are you referring to the fact that methane reductions are recognized in animal manure RNG CI scores, or the fact that methane reductions can be recognized in CI scores generally?
I believe that section of my testimony was a summary of the recommendations that Dr. Laskowski made in her written testimony. And I would defer detailed questions about that to her. Okay,
I'll direct that to her then when I get to my line of questioning for her. Next, I'd like to ask a couple questions just regarding the statutory basis given your policy work. Does HB 41 require NMED to design a tech-neutral life cycle-based program?
I suppose I should first clarify that I'm not a lawyer. My opinions are based on my experience as a transportation and climate policy expert. The words technology neutral do show up in the statute in two places, talking about the reduction, and I have to go back and look at the statute to see the exact references, but there's two different places in which the words technology neutral appear in the statute.
And would you agree that technology neutral means evaluating fuels on their life cycle emissions, not excluding entire categories of emissions up front?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question?
Objection.
Ms. Sunch.
This line of questioning calls for a legal conclusion on technology neutral.
Madam Hearing Officer, I'm not asking for a legal conclusion. I'm just asking if he agrees that HB 41 directs NMED to design a tech neutral program, which he does cite in his testimony. I'm asking
By
for
that very specific qualification, it is asking him to identify what technology neutral does in context of the statute.
All right. So, Mr. Madsen, I remember you offering some testimony about that language in your testimony. To the extent you can answer the question without extending a legal opinion consistent with the testimony you offered, go ahead.
Understood. I think the important thing about technological neutrality is that this Clean Transportation Fuel Standard is a performance-based program. The performance measure is the carbon intensity of the transportation fuel. And the goal is reducing emissions. So the standard is intended to encourage alternative fuels to the extent that they're able to deliver the reduction in fuel carbon intensity that the rule is after. The other part of technology neutrality that I think is important is that one credit from one fuel source is the same value as one credit from another fuel source, and that they can be traded equivalently in the marketplace, regardless of where they come from. Behind all that, there's a bunch of important accounting issues that go towards the integrity of the program that Dr. Laskowski talks about in detail in her testimony.
Thank you. With that, I'd like to move on. Within your testimony, you stated you had oversupply concerns with NMED's proposal as it stands. On page 56 of your testimony, you claim RNG credits are underestimated in the NMED modeling, and generally you feel that CTFP is vulnerable to credit oversupply problems. I'd like to explore that. So California, Oregon, and Washington have all included RNG with avoided methane in their programs for years, correct?
I believe so, but I don't know the details of other states' programs, perhaps as well as some of the other witnesses do.
But on page 57 of your testimony, you state that in 2024, almost 20% of clean fuel credits issued in California claim from RNG. Is that correct?
Yes.
And would you agree with your colleague, Dr. Laskowski, that the California legislation specifically required CARB to develop a broad framework to support dairy RNG projects?
I'm not familiar with the California legislation that you're referring to, but I have no reason to dispute that.
Okay. And so this level of RNG crediting in California, because of a dedicated framework and explicit desire from the California government to support RNG as a method of achieving methane reduction.
So when I was talking about my concern about oversupply of credits in the New Mexico program, I think going back to Mr. Ford's testimony, he talked a lot about conservative assumptions that the department made in their modeling of where credits might come from. And the intent of that to me seemed to show that the standard was achievable. Mm-hmm. The NMED modeling shows the standard is achievable even with conservative assumptions about where credits might come from. The actual rule, I think, allows a lot more RNG to be credited in the program than shows up in that model, which is one of the reasons why I'm concerned that there's going to be more credits, and that might drive the price down and reduce the incentive of market participants to invest in New Mexico.
And some questions about other regarding other states. Are RNG credits a significant share of credits in Washington or Oregon?
I can't say.
Okay, thank you. And so if you can't say, I'm curious, what is the concern of RNG driving market collapse come from?
Well, I think it goes to the recommendations that Dr. Laskowski made. If the program is including book and claim and allowing biomethane projects to be credited from a variety of sources that are outside of New Mexico, then I think the potential for credit generation here is a lot higher than what I see in Figure 6 in my testimony. Mm-hmm. There's a very small line for RNG in that figure, and I think the potential for credit generation from that fuel is much higher, particularly if credits are allowed from projects that are out of state.
Despite, as NMED believes, RNG will be a modest but important contributor to the program.
Yeah, I think Dr. Laskowski could explain more here, but I think one of the concerns is that biomethane could be used as process energy for fuels that are manufactured and then claimed for credit within the NMED program. And I think the potential for credit generation is higher than assumed in NMED's modeling based on the fact that there aren't that many CNG vehicles in the state.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Madsen. I'll move to my next line of questioning. Hello, Dr. Laskowski.
Madam Hearing Examiner, before we proceed, I would like to request of Mr. Surias and all other platform-based questioners who are going to ask questions of this panel that they turn their camera on, if at all possible.
Oh, it is easier to avoid talking over the end of one another's sentences that way. Is there a camera available for you?
Of course. Thank you.
All right. Go ahead.
Hello, Dr. Laskowski. Good morning.
Morning.
A few questions for you. Does 1 ton of methane have a greater near-term impact on climate warming than 1 ton of carbon dioxide?
Yes, it does.
And do you, in your expert opinion, consider methane reduction a critical tool to mitigate the near-term impacts of climate change?
I do.
On page 8 of your testimony, you say that the RNG industry captures methane-rich biogas from waste sources such as landfill gas, livestock manure, wastewater treatment plants, and food scraps. Do you, in your expert opinion, feel that any of these RNG projects can reduce methane emissions?
Any of them can. Yes, I think that, yes, certain projects can reduce methane emissions.
Thank you. And page 50 of your testimony mentions that in 2016, California legislatively mandated recognition of methane benefits of RNG or biomethane in the California Low Carbon Fuel Standard as a methane reduction tool. Why did the California legislature take this step?
I don't know why my camera just went out. Sorry. Okay, there we go. Yes, so in 2016, the California legislature passed a bill that required additional opportunities for meeting methane reduction goals in the state, including directing additional opportunities in the low carbon fuel standard program. That was to address a specific issue that exists in California, which is significant methane emissions from certain types of manure management that are unique to California. And it also required CARB to change the box of the boundary in which they looked at life cycle emissions from their previous assessment.
Thank you. And do you consider the expert opinion you've presented to exclude recognition of the methane benefits of RNG as in line with that of your former employer, the California Air Resources Board?
The intent in California was to address a specific problem that exists in California, and that problem does not exist to the extent it does in New Mexico. And from what I read and recall from the implementing statute for the New Mexico program, the additional opportunities for crediting for avoided methane was not included in their legislative bill that developed this program, unlike California, where that was legislatively mandated.
Okay, and during your time at the California Air Resources Board, did CARB produce a specific planning document in 2017 focused on reducing methane and other short-lived climate pollutants, known as the Short-Lived Climate Pollutant Reduction Strategy?
Yes, I believe it did, as per requirement from that bill.
Were you involved in the creation of that document in any way?
No, I was not.
Are you familiar? You're familiar with the document, though?
Broadly, yeah, broadly, but not specifics of it.
I would object to any further questions along this line because we're getting outside of the scope of Dr. Laskowski's testimony.
Madam Hearing Officer, her testimony repeatedly discusses CARB, her time there, and the LCFS rulemaking. My questions are direct clarifications of her own testimony.
Right. I've heard you making reference to the specific pages of her testimony as you've gone along. Go ahead.
Thank you. Did that, so you were not involved in the creation of that document?
I was not.
Okay. During your time at CARB, did the agency produce a general GHG plan in 2022 known as Scoping Plan for Achieving Carbon Neutrality?
Yes, it did.
Hold on. Mr. Soreas, would you repeat your question? It was garbled at this end.
Apologies. During your time at CARB, did the agency produce a general GHG plan in 2022 known as the Scoping Plan for Achieving Carbon Neutrality?
Yes, it did.
Were you involved in the creation of that document in any way?
Um, no, I don't believe, let's see, was I? I think I looked at a couple of assumptions that went into some of the modeling, but very kind of ancillary. That was more a different group that handles that.
Does that document generally find that RNG is an effective tool for promoting methane reduction?
I wouldn't. I would think it does.
On page 1 of your testimony, you state that you oversaw the LCFS program team at CARB for 3 years, including initiating a public rulemaking effort. Did that effort conclude while you were still at your position at CARB?
No, it did not.
And this LCFS rulemaking included changes in avoided methane and book and claim provisions. Do those changes match what you're proposing for New Mexico?
No.
So is it fair to say you had a difference in opinion with other decision makers at CARB, including the majority of CARB board members who voted to approve the final rule on these topics?
So when developing a regulation, there's a lot of discussions that happen internally that I'm not sure I want to go into like all of those details, but there certainly were a lot of discussions about the appropriateness of, how to continue subsidies, or the incentives in the program, how long to continue those, and there were adjustments made to the program to include deliverability requirements and other limits to avoided methane crediting in that latest rulemaking.
And did the difference in opinion between yourself and other decision makers at CARB around RNG as a methane reduction tool have any influence on you leaving the agency in October of 2023?
No.
Did the difference in opinion between yourself and other decision makers at CARB around biofuels generally have any influence on you leaving the agency?
Objection, Your Honor. This is irrelevant.
Yeah, I don't understand the relevance of this either, Mr. Sorayas. We're here to talk about the rules, not her personal career path.
Madam Hearing Officer, she cited California as precedent. Understanding her role and differences with CARB decision making, I believe, is directly relevant to her credibility as an expert.
I disagree with you. Please move on.
Understood. I'll move on to my next line of questioning. In your expert opinion, has California's low carbon fuel standard driven significant methane reduction and clean fuel production at California dairy farms? Dr. Laskowski.
So the LCFS is one of a number of subsidies that go toward methane reduction projects, including direct incentives from another agency called the CDFA, the Department of Food and Agriculture, that gives direct incentives, and the federal RFS program. So in conjunction, there have been additional methane dairy digester projects in that time where the LCFS has existed.
Thank you. Is it true that the United States Environmental Protection Agency has run a program known as AgStar for more than 20 years?
I've heard of AgStar, but I'm not familiar with the details of it.
Okay. Do you believe that state-level clean fuels programs, including California low carbon fuel standard, have been a significant driver of post-2017 agricultural manure management greenhouse gas emission reductions, as it's reported by EPA's data, which is published on the AgStar website?
I'm not familiar with that data.
I guess maybe it's not relevant now that Dr. Laskowski has answered, but to provide guidance for future questioning, I think it's important to register an objection to phrasing questions in a way that assumes facts, not in evidence, such as the contents of an EPA website on manure methane.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Sorayas.
Thank you. And do you have any sense on the annual magnitude of these benefits as estimated by EPA from production built after California LCFS allowed avoided methane crediting?
As I said, I'm not familiar with AgStar, so I couldn't speak to that.
Understood. I'll move on from AgStar. Do all the West Coast Clean Fuel programs still include avoided methane crediting for agricultural and organic waste diversion programs?
They do with much more prescriptive guidance than is included in the New Mexico proposal.
Thank you. On page 29 of your testimony, you refer to the European market for clean fuels. Has the European Union Renewable Energy Directive recognized avoided methane benefits of manure management RNG projects?
Can you point me to that?
Let's see.
I'm on page 29.
I just lost the page. Let me pull it up again.
Okay. Yeah, that's on biofuels, so I'm not sure that that's the right page.
I'll move on. To your knowledge, does Canada's clean fuel regulation recognize avoided methane crediting for manure management and organic waste diversion RNG?
I'm not familiar with that program.
Okay. And are you aware of any clean fuel programs or clean programs that have successfully promoted growth of renewable natural gas from agricultural manure management or waste diversion without recognizing avoided methane benefits?
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
Are you aware of any clean fuel programs that have successfully promoted growth in renewable natural gas from agricultural manure management or waste diversion RNG projects without recognizing avoided methane benefits?
I'm not sure one way or the other because I'm trying to think about the LCFS before it had the avoided methane crediting, and I'm not sure exactly what projects were credited in before that avoided methane crediting. So I would have to go back and look.
Thank you. And are you aware that the California LCFS just approved a negative carbon intensity pathway for a landfill due to enhanced gas capture producing methane reduction benefits?
No.
Okay, thank you. One final question. Does having a landfill pathway that is carbon negative address your concerns about fuel neutrality expressed in page 49 of your testimony between RNG feedstocks?
Sorry, can you restate that or just re-say it?
As I understand, you have concerns regarding NMED's proposal. Does having a landfill pathway that is carbon negative address your concerns about fuel neutrality, as you express in your testimony, between RNG or biomethane feedstocks?
I would say not necessarily, because I would need to understand the context of how that assessment was done to know whether it was tech neutral or not. So without knowing the specifics, I couldn't say one way or the other.
Okay, thank you. My next questions discuss your recommendation on book and claim accounting. Is climate change a global challenge?
It is.
Should life cycle accounting frameworks generally recognize the global nature of international markets for fuel and agricultural goods?
Yes.
Do activities by New Mexico's population drive greenhouse gas emissions in other states?
Yeah, there are upstream effects from any product we consume. So yeah, there's effects across state borders.
Being that there are effects from other states or this state's impact on other states, where does New Mexico source most of its pork from currently?
It's pork.
Yes.
I'm not sure.
Would you say that New Mexico's consumption habits may be driving methane emissions from pork production imported into New Mexico from other states? Granted, if it needs to be imported.
If there's if folks are consuming something that comes from that has a supply chain that is outside of the state, that does have an indirect effect on emissions.
Should any life cycle based New Mexico program help alleviate emissions associated with imported products?
I am not sure about that, because the intent of the program that we're talking about is to reduce the carbon intensity of transportation fuels used in New Mexico. And so to me, that means that the fuels need to be used in New Mexico. And I know that, from what I've read in other agency staff statements, they're also trying to achieve statewide emission reduction goals, and those are achieved through emission reductions that occur in the state.
Okay. If an RNG producer could reduce methane emissions and produce a fuel from swine manure outside of New Mexico, then deliver both that fuel and product to New Mexico, would you support that outcome?
Again, I would want to understand what the parameters of that crediting are. So in other programs, in the programs that I'm familiar with, like California, they have very specific guidance. California's is based on a publicly discussed and board approved offset protocol from the cap and trade program that has very clear definitions of baseline and what pathways it can apply to in the LCFS program. And I haven't seen that. And the baseline, the counterfactuals really matter when we're talking about how crediting occurs. So, in California's program, the intent is for these projects to be additional reductions beyond what would otherwise have occurred. And so the baseline assumptions really matter. And I haven't seen clear guidance on what those baseline assumptions would be, how long the crediting periods would be, or to what pathways it would belong or it would apply. And in other programs, they're pretty prescriptive in how those would apply. So I would want to understand better the entire framework. But conceptually, I think that's, I would be interested in seeing what that framework look like.
Conceptually, I'm sorry, it cut out for me there.
I would be interested in reviewing such a framework to better understand how that accounting would happen.
Thank you. However, you wouldn't support an outcome where one of the two products was not physically segregated and delivered.
Well, I have two recommendations that you're speaking to, it seems like. So one is the physical delivery of the fuel, and one pertains to the avoided methane crediting itself. So I don't know if you can be a little bit more specific, but that's kind of with two recommendations. So I would need to understand these two different products a little bit better.
I'll move on with another question. Where does, for example, New Mexico source, perhaps a better example, where does New Mexico source most of its fossil gas from?
It produces a lot of crude in state, and then it sends it elsewhere to, my understanding is it produces a lot of crude in state, sends it elsewhere to be refined, and then has it shipped back into the state.
On page 46 of your testimony, you state that the North American natural gas pipeline system is highly connected and you include a nice figure of that system. Do pipelines flowing through New Mexico currently move fossil gas to and from other states?
I would assume so, yes.
Are you aware of any barriers preventing fossil natural gas from being imported to or exported from New Mexico?
No, I'm not aware.
Are fossil gas deliveries required to prove physical segregation from individual wellhead to each user?
I'm sorry, are you talking about fossil?
Yes.
Fossil, can you explain a little bit more? Like a crude oil product being refined into a liquid fuel?
Yes.
So those are not the fossil fuels are not evaluated on a pathway specific approach. Those are evaluated to create the benchmarks and to create the an average of the fossil fuel. So it's a little bit different than the alternative fuels where there's individual pathways analysis and so yeah, they're just a little bit different.
Okay, I'm just to clarify, I'm just asking her. I'm just asking here about fossil gas, not liquids.
Objection. This has been asked and answered.
I'm not sure that there was an understanding between the question and the answer. Mr. Strayas, would you rephrase it?
Are fossil gas deliveries from import and export throughout New Mexico required to prove physical segregation from individual wellhead to each end user?
Well, again, that's a fossil product that so I mean it's not the same as an alternative fuel product.
I'm just asking about
Oh.
that product.
No.
Okay, and should limits be placed on renewable gas delivery that are not in place for fossil gas?
Yes. Because one generates significant credits and the other is it does not.
Thank you. Do all West Coast clean fuel programs include book and claim accounting for RNG?
To different extents, I believe so.
Do European Union renewable gas tracking systems use book and claim accounting for RNG?
I'm not familiar with those programs.
Are you, to your knowledge, does Canada's clean fuel regulation use book and claim accounting for RNG?
I'm not familiar with Canada's enough to speak to the details of it.
Understood. Are you familiar with the U.S. Federal Renewable Standard?
I am.
Does the U.S. Federal Renewable Fuel Standard use book and claim accounting for RNG?
I believe so.
On page 43 of your testimony, you stated that CARB rejected mass balancing. Is it your expert opinion that mass balancing is not used anywhere in the California LCFS?
That is my understanding.
And you don't want to see a book and claim for RNG replaced with mass balancing in the New Mexico program?
Correct.
So then I'd like to better understand what you'd propose to do if book and claim was replaced with another physical segregation accounting framework. How do you propose NMED would track ownership of pipeline injected RNG from source to sink in the absence of book and claim accounting?
Well, first, the plain reading that I have of the legislation is that the fuel needs to be used in state. So if the fuel cannot be demonstrated to be physically delivered, it might not be eligible. But to the extent that there might be other options, like demonstrating some deliverability requirements, as say Washington has proposed, that potentially could be something to look into, but they have specific requirements on the flow pathways for those pipelines, and the how those molecules, how that gas moves through the system and could reach the end user in the state where that is credited, and rules around like offtake contracts.
How would
Madam Hearing Officer, could we give a quick time check for the time remaining with this witness?
Yes, Mr. Sorayas has about three minutes left.
Great.
Thank you. Sorry, excuse the interruption.
How would your proposed accounting work for RNG from an in-state source?
Well, there's different ways to transfer RNG, but I think that there would be a much higher ability to understand where that fuel is coming from and be able to um, um, suggest deliverability for that product when it's already in state.
Thank you. Are you familiar with any real-world examples of clean fuel programs that only allow co-location or physical segregation for renewable natural gas, as you are recommending?
No.
In your expert opinion, is physical segregation, for example, through separate dedicated RNG-only pipelines or trucking of RNG, environmentally preferential relative to using existing fossil gas infrastructure?
Well, then it becomes an economic question. So I think it would probably might not be economic for having a separate pipeline, but I'm not sure.
Okay. And on page 42 of your testimony, you state that book and claim accounting can lead to double counting. What evidence do you have of any double counting occurring in other programs?
So this is where there's just not a lot, as there's more clean fuels programs, there's just a lot more potential for double counting because there's not a single way to track these contracts across programs. So my understanding of how third-party verification works is that the third-party verifier needs to ensure that the attributes were not sold in another program, but that can be rather difficult, if not impossible, because there's no single database that a third-party verifier could look to. And for example, if the attributes were sold in California and also sold in Washington, a third-party verifier would not necessarily have access to both of those records across all fuel entities, and so they may not see double counting. So there's a risk there. So I think that that's my concern, is that the tracking and verification ability is high risk.
Thank you. And then on page 50 to 51 of your testimony, you imply that book and claim harmed the LCFS's ability to motivate RNG projects in California. Do I have that correct?
I don't remember my exact language. You said on page 51?
Yeah, it's 50 and then it moves on to 51.
So what I said was, despite the California legislature's intent to target emission reductions in California, most of the actual crediting has been directed out of state.
And to your knowledge, which state has the most pipeline interconnected RNG projects?
Objection. I believe we're at time.
All right. I was about to say that's the last question. Dr. Laskowski, do you have an answer?
I'm not sure.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Suarez.
Thank you.
Is Mr. Nasco with us? No. Is Mr. Duff with us? Is Mr. Smith with us? Has Ms. Veracruz returned? Okay. Mr. Noyes, do you have questions?
Madam Hearing Officer, before Mr. Noyes begins, I anticipate that he may have more than 15 minutes worth of questioning for this panel. Is it your intent to take a break at 10:15, or sorry, at 10:30?
Yeah, around 10:30, I would ask Mr. Noyes to reach a natural breaking point and then take a break. Yeah.
Thank you.
If I could have just a moment to set up here. Thank you. Madam Hearing Officer, members of the board, Graham Noyes on behalf of Infinium first. And I have cross-examination only for Dr. Laskowski and for all three clients on different, some overlap, but I'll be careful to minimize any overlap and redundant questioning.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Laskowski, your written testimony at page 3 included a summary of recommendations. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. On behalf of Infinium, a company that produces e-fuels, I would like to first focus upon the second recommendation. That recommendation, all of the recommendations start with the phrase, to ensure that the Clean Transportation Fuel Standard delivers real in-state benefits and remains aligned with New Mexico's statutory requirements, I recommend 4 key adjustments to the proposed rule. The second one is fuel delivery requirements, and that is described as follows. Require physical delivery of fuels to New Mexico for credit generation. Eliminate book and claim and mass balance provisions, which would subsidize out-of-state projects and risk non-compliance with the statute's in-state requirement. In particular, I would like to focus on your testimony regarding electricity used as process energy, which is found at pages 43 and 44, and it is entitled Loopholes for Process Energy Inputs. This begins by stating, the risks of book and claim are amplified when extended to process energy used in fuel production. Dr. Laskowski, you're aware that book and claim for electricity was established in the California Low Carbon Fuel Standard. Was that in 2018 or 2019?
Yes, I believe so.
And that initially was for energy delivered to electric vehicles and to hydrogen production, correct?
Yes.
And then it was more recently extended or modified this year to include, rather than hydrogen used to produce transportation fuel, only neat hydrogen used to supply as a vehicle fuel in a fuel cell electric vehicle and for direct air capture. Is that correct?
That's right.
You have targeted, I would say you focused your criticism of book and claim for electricity used as process energy. Is it your recommendation that NMED eliminate all book and claim for electricity in the regulation?
Again, I would defer to the lawyers on what the use of in-state means. I think that, you know, electricity is can be a little bit different because it has a better, it can have better tracking and verification to ensure that the electricity is within a certain region. So, I mean, the recommendation is to remove all book and claim accounting. That's my recommendation.
And so that would also extend to eliminating that for energy supplied to electric vehicles?
Potentially. As I said, I would be open to working with the department and the agency on how they are interpreting the requirement to use the fuel in state, because I think that there is a better connection with some electricity where you can demonstrate that it's within a certain region use.
And so would that be specific only to electric vehicles, that you think there might be ways to implement that and address some of the concerns that you've raised in your testimony?
Potentially.
Dr. Laskowski, are you familiar with e-fuels that are an emerging class of synthetic transportation fuels produced by converting electrical energy into the chemical bonds of liquid fuels?
Broadly, I can't speak to details of them, but yes, I'm familiar broadly with e-fuels.
Did you have the opportunity to view or to review Dr. Ziziski from Infinium's testimony?
I did not yet.
As Dr. Ziziski testified e-fuels are derived from carbon dioxide, water, and renewable electricity, and that is referenced in Infinium Exhibit 4. Are you aware that e-fuels have been recognized in the European Union as a critical decarbonization tool, such that eSAF is already a mandated fuel in the EU and the United Kingdom?
Again, I'm not as familiar with the European programs, but I would take your word that e-fuels are allowed in certain programs.
I'm going to, I want to ask you if you would agree with this description of e-fuels, and this is really a foundation for my next questions for you, or if you'd like any clarification. And this was Dr. Zaziski's description. E-fuels are uniquely enabled to deliver ultra-low carbon fuel alternatives to petroleum-derived transportation fuels and to scale rapidly, provided that producers are allowed to source off-site and on-site renewable electricity. E-fuel producers do not use biomass feedstocks for production, but instead only utilize CO2 that would otherwise be emitted as waste and water as their only feedstocks to produce transportation fuels. It is through the production of electrolytic hydrogen that e-fuel producers convert electric energy into molecular energy, that after further processing and synthesis is converted into liquid fuels that replace fossil gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel.
Objection. Madam Hearing Officer, that question asked Dr. Laskowski whether she could agree to about a dozen things. I would appreciate it if that could be broken up so it's not a compound question.
All right, Mr. Noyce.
I'd be glad to break it up, but that was really just by way of background. Perhaps I could state my next question, and if we need to go back and go through all of that, I'm glad to do so.
In that case, I would object to Mr. Noyce's testifying from his role as an attorney. I do not think it's appropriate for him to lay foundation for questions or attempt to lay foundation for questions with extended monologues of factual information.
Okay, I think he was just trying to orient her for the next line of questioning. Go ahead, Mr. Noyce.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. And I was stating Dr. Zaziski's testimony, not my own there. And to be clear, I did not testify. Now, the background there, Dr. Laskowski, was to ask you the question, do you see parallels between electrofuels and electric vehicles such that the kinds of issues that you'd like to address on the deliverability and traceability of electricity might also enable book and claim accounting for e-fuel process energy in the New Mexico program? Sounds like you went to mute.
Thank you. Not necessarily, because my understanding of e-fuels and the process energy is that the process energy might come from a completely different area where the actual production is using grid resources, and the book and claimed electricity might be coming from a separate grid resource. So it could put a strain on the grid. It uses an extremely large amount of energy, and so I would want to understand where that energy is coming from. Additionally, battery electric vehicles don't have. Well, I'll just leave it there. But yeah, I think that there are some differences, and part of it is that the energy requirements are extremely high, and the proposal, as my understanding, is that the renewables would not necessarily be connected to the production.
That is correct, Dr. Laskowski. The situation for e-fuels under the current proposal would be that they could access from the EPA subregion that they're located on, and that could supply process energy, and then RECs would be transferred to represent the CI of that energy in the same way that electric vehicles that are attached to charging stations on the grid are able to utilize RECs under all of the other state programs to access that zero carbon intensity electricity. Does that?
I don't think that. I think that there's some additionality requirements in, say, the California program that may not exist in the New Mexico program.
All right. Well, my question is just speaking to the parallel situation of e-fuels, which don't use biomass, and electric vehicles, but it seems to be you would put those in different categories somehow for a book and claim perspective.
Well, my recommendation is for physical delivery of fuels. So I don't think that I made that distinction for biofuels, that it had to be just for biofuels.
Yes, Dr. Laskowski, I was just speaking to the book and claim around electricity sourcing, but I think it probably makes sense to move on here. Dr. Laskowski, much of your testimony is dedicated to raising concerns about crop-based biofuels in particular. Is that correct?
That is one of my recommendations.
And your testimony asserts that NMED should not follow the ILUC scores that have been established by California, Oregon, and Washington, correct?
My recommendation is that the department should recognize the growing risk of higher volumes of biofuels, and that higher demand of feedstocks poses even more pressure on indirect land use change. And because we understand that this program needs to move forward, it's a it's a potentially good program for the state as an expeditious approach to apply to do something in recognition of that growing concern. California, for example, took a different approach, which I could go through all the things that they did, which was a producer's cap, a sustainability guardrails, attestation requirements. So what we recommended was to apply a more conservative and probably a more accurate representation of the palm oil ILUC value to all of the biodiesel crop-based feedstocks, and for the board to direct staff to evaluate this issue further, because there are a number of approaches, but to not do anything at this point would be to overstate the emissions crediting from biofuels according to the latest science.
Thank you, Dr. Laskowski. Returning to e-fuels, based on a prior discussion, and despite those concerns that you've expressed around crop-based and other lipid feedstocks, it does not sound that even with eliminating feedstock from the picture as e-fuels do, you still would not support them being able to access low carbon electricity that is generated offsite, correct?
Well, they're two different issues. So I think that the two issues are being kind of added together. The e-fuels would not have an ILUC value. So if they're not using biomass, they wouldn't be subject to the ILUC value. So I guess I'm not understanding how like the ILUC value relates to the book and claim, because they're separate recommendations.
Certainly. The link here is that effectively the ILUC scores that you would propose for biofuels would eliminate most biofuel production from participating as a credit generating fuel. E-fuels would not have that ILUC, so they'd have that opportunity to participate, but only if they can access low carbon renewable electricity. It does not sound like you'd be supportive of e-fuels being able to access that low carbon electricity. And that is my question. Are you?
I have to say that I disagree with part of your statement in there. I kind of got lost in it, but the first part you said was that my recommendation on the biofuels would eliminate biofuels from participating in the program, and I would disagree with that conclusion. So there are waste products that do not have an ILUC value, so those waste-based feedstocks would still have an ILUC value of 0 according to our recommendation. And there's over 1 billion gallons of waste-based biodiesel products in the US, and I believe that from what I recall in New Mexico, the Environment Department modeling is that the most in any given year for demand would be on the order of like 2 or 300 million gallons. So I think that there is an opportunity for waste-based products to still perform. There's still even an opportunity for the crop-based products to generate credits. Yes, it would lower the credit amount, but let's remember what this program is about, which is accurately accounting for emissions reductions that are happening. So I kind of lost the second part of that because I didn't necessarily agree with that first part of the statement.
Okay, Dr. Liskowski, I'll take the first part of the statement out and ask you the question that given the fact that the only way e-fuels are going to be able to be credit generating fuels is to access low carbon intensity power, because as you pointed out, it is power intensive to produce electrolytic hydrogen in particular. Given that, and given that would you support book and claim sourcing for those e-fuels to be able to supply fuel, low carbon fuel into the New Mexico marketplace?
Madam Hearing Officer, can we make this the last line of questions? We're a bit past 10:30. Or sorry, the last question.
Yeah, I'm tracking the time, waiting for Mr. Noyes to come to a natural break in his question making. Yes, if Dr. Liskowski would address this, and Mr. Noyes, you would identify a natural break in your questioning.
Yeah, I think I answered this before. Because of the extensive amount of electricity, I'm not sure it's the best use of electricity for alternative transportation fuels, but I would be interested in understanding kind of what that how if there was additionality, if these were new renewable energy projects, how the framework would be for such a project.
Dr. Laskowski, is it correct to say that you're of the opinion that electrification is the only real solution to decarbonizing the transportation sector?
No, as I just discussed, the waste-based biofuels and some of the crop-based biofuels, even under my recommendation, would lower the carbon intensity of the fuels until a certain benchmark was met and they were started to be deficit generating. Electric vehicles have a lot of additional benefits like no combustion, and so local air quality benefits. And the state has adopted the intent to move toward zero emission vehicles. And so I think that that is where the state is heading, but I don't think that that's the only solution. And hydrogen might be an option as well. So no, I wouldn't say electricity is the only decarbonization option.
Madam Hearing Officer, this is a natural stopping break.
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Noyes. Let's come back at 10:50, please. All right, we are back after a short break. Mr. Noyes? Luis, will you help him with?
Here we go.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Hearing Officer, Madam Chair, and members of the board, I have determined that that is sufficient cross on behalf of Infinium, and do not have further questioning. I'd like to turn to the SAF producer group cross.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. The SAF producer group includes GEVO, NXT, and World Energy. These are all sustainable aviation fuel producers or developers, and all of them in at least some of their facilities plan to use crop-based biofuels and waste oil biodiesel and waste oil feedstocks. And so I'm revisiting some of the same issues, but from a different vantage point here in terms of focusing more on the ILUC discussion and the implications for the marketplace. So this again goes to recommendation number 2, fuel delivery requirements and the loopholes for process energy found at page 43 and 44 of Dr. Laskowski's testimony. And kind of just kicking it off, the statement is the risks of book and claim are amplified when extended to process energy used in fuel production. Dr. Laskowski, are you familiar with SAF production technologies such as HEFA, alcohol to jet, and gasification?
Generally, yes.
And are you also familiar with expert analysis of the best strategies for decarbonizing the aviation industry, and particularly long-haul jets, in the next 10 to 20 years?
That there are other, that the fuels that you just mentioned are ways to decarbonize. That's my understanding.
Are you aware of any technologies other than sustainable aviation fuel that have yet been commercialized to decarbonize long-haul jets other than efficiency improvements?
No.
And are you aware that SAF has been recognized internationally as the critical decarbonization tool for the aviation sector in the near term, such that SAF is mandated on an increasing percentage basis in the European Union, the United Kingdom, India, Malaysia, Indonesia, Brazil, Sweden, Norway, and Finland?
I'm generally aware of that, and specifically for all of those countries, I would say no, but I know India and the European Union do have mandates, so I would, generally take your word that the others also do.
And did you have the opportunity to review Sean Newsom's testimony or see his testimony? He's the Airline for America's Managing Director of Environmental Affairs.
I may have looked at it, but if I did, it was a while ago, so you might have to refresh my memory if you're referring to something.
Would you agree with Mr. Newsom's conclusion that SAF represents the only viable way to decarbonize the commercial aviation sector in the short term?
Yes.
Okay. Referring to page 34 of your testimony, there's the following recommendation. To reduce the risk of incentivizing fuels with high ILUC concerns, we recommend limiting subsidies for certain crop-based feedstocks. This would not ban their use in the state, but it would adjust the ILUC to reflect the global and fungible nature of oil-based feedstocks and their risk of failing to deliver greenhouse gas reductions. As an initial measure, we propose applying the existing palm oil ILUC factor, that's the indirect land use change factor, to all lipid-based feedstocks, for example, soy, canola. Dr. Laskowski, it's unclear to me how expansive this recommendation is. I see two distinct statements, one that recommends applying the existing palm oil ILUC score to certain crop-based feedstocks, and the other that proposes to apply the existing palm oil ILUC factor to all lipid-based feedstocks. Which is your recommendation?
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. The near-term recommendation is to apply the palm ILUC factor to the crop-based lipid feedstocks.
Thank you. And to just clarify for others not familiar with lipids, um, the term lipids would also extend to waste-based feedstocks such as tallow and used cooking oil, correct?
Lipid would. The recommendation is for crop-based lipids. So that recommendation for the short term is to apply it just to like the soy and canola, those feedstocks. Leave the waste feedstocks as they are, but then to have the board direct the Environment Department to look further into the waste-based and other crop feedstocks, because there are some concerns on those as well, but not having that recommendation necessarily apply. Of course, the department could do that, but not necessarily apply to the waste-based feedstocks immediately.
But potentially in the future, you might recommend the application of the palm oil ILUC to waste-based feedstocks as well?
So I don't have a specific recommendation for a longer term application. My bigger concern on the waste is that there have been through the RFS and through the European Union concerns of fraud, and as the waste-based feedstocks have no ILUC value, they are very advantaged, as I'm sure you know, on the carbon intensity score. And so there is an increased risk of fraud or mislabeling, to not attribute malice to it. But so I think that having clear and very definitive guardrails on the waste, and being sure that we can have the third-party verifiers ensure that those are in fact waste products, I think is going to be increasingly important. And so does that mean applying an ILUC factor? Does that mean having more strict requirements on attestations or supply chain issues? You know, I think that there's a number of approaches on that front.
So that testimony suggests that you have significant concerns about waste-based lipid feedstocks as well as crop-based feedstocks. Is that correct?
I have concerns that we need to ensure that as the crop-based feedstocks have, you know, a higher carbon intensity score, we need to ensure that as the waste feedstocks are more attractive, that they are what they say they are. And recently we've seen instances where some folks in the industry have called out the potential for fraud. And so to the extent that there are these issues being raised, then yes, I think that we should be mindful of the potential for mislabeling or fraud of the waste products.
And Dr. Laskowski, what is the ILUC factor for palm that is included in NMED's revised proposal?
It's around 70. I think it's 71.4, but I might have the exact number off a little bit.
I do have the table in front of me, and 71.4 it is here. And so and what is the significance of the ILUC factor in terms of how it fits into the pathway score for a particular fuel?
Yeah, so for these, for certain fuels that use crop-based feedstocks, the ILUC factor recognizes that as there's more demand for these vegetable oils, so these crop oils, that crop needs to come from somewhere. And so it's recognizing that as that demand goes up, that that product needs to come, the supply needs to come from somewhere. And so they have this indirect land use change factor to account for how that works in the global agricultural world that I can get into. But broadly, it's a added factor to the life cycle assessment. It's part of the life cycle assessment, but it's not a direct number like you can go out and measure. It's recognition that this fuel has additional emissions that are not directly measurable in the field like other parts of the life cycle analysis, but they're real emissions that go toward the overall life cycle or carbon intensity score.
Understood. And so if one had a standard in the New Mexico program for a particular year of 90 is the standard for the score, and one had a began with an ILUC score. I'm sorry, began with ignoring ILUC, the other factors, had a CI of 50 overall. Then if the how is the ILUC factor, how does that figure into the equation to determine the total carbon intensity score for that fuel?
Yeah, so ILUC is quantified in the same units as the carbon intensity score, so it's added to the other parts of the life cycle assessment. So if in your example you have the life cycle assessment is at 50, and then you add the ILUC score of 70, then you have a total CI of 120.
Okay, and Dr. Laskowski, is it your testimony that this recommendation would not ban the use of crop-based biofuels in New Mexico?
There's no fuels that are banned in the program, according to the proposal, and I'm not suggesting that there is a ban. Now, if the producers cannot produce a fuel that is below the benchmark, they will incur deficits. So there would be less incentive to produce that fuel and send it to New Mexico. But there's no fuel that's banned. And like I said, there's significant waste feedstock that's already being used and could be directed toward New Mexico.
And also within the is it accurate to say that New Mexico has adopted the same land use change values that are contained in the CARB LCFS program at Table 6?
I believe that's the table, and yes, they've adopted the same ILUC values that California has in their equivalent program.
And in reference to soy biomass-based diesel, do you think it accurate or that the land use change value there is 29.1 in both the California and New Mexico tables?
Yes, that is my understanding.
And so Palm's ILUC is 42 points higher than soy's is.
Was that a question?
Yes.
Oh, yes, it is.
And looking at Table 3 is the lookup table. I'm sorry, Table 5 is the lookup table in the New Mexico proposal here. Are you aware that neat renewable diesel derived from any non-palm virgin plant oil based on the North American average has a CI score of 59.1?
Hearing officer, if Mr. Noyes is going to ask Dr. Laskowski about the specific table, I would just like to ask to pause for a moment to give Dr. Laskowski a chance to have that table in front of her.
I think that's a good idea.
Okay, I have the proposal up. It's table 5, and which pathway again am I looking at?
This is NMRD 001, neat renewable diesel derived from any non-palm virgin plant oil based on North American average.
That is, yes, that's what the proposal has.
And if one does the math, adding 42 CI points to that score would put it at 101.1, correct?
I don't know. Yeah, that if the department has included the ILUC value for soy in that score, then that would be accurate.
And Dr. Laskowski, how would that compare with the carbon intensity standard for diesel and diesel substitutes in 2027? That's in table 2 of the proposal.
In 2027, the proposed standard as the revised number is 91.39, so it would be higher. So it would incur deficits.
What is the implication of being a deficit generating fuel?
That the fuel producer would have to lower the carbon intensity of their production process, either by using a different feedstock or otherwise making their process more efficient, or by purchasing credits through the market.
And so, Dr. Laskowski, while it's not an absolute ban, doesn't that create a de facto ban on the use of soy oil-based renewable diesel in the state?
It would not have an incentive. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't have an incentive. It wouldn't be banned. I would point you back to California's recent rulemaking where they previously didn't have palm banned, even though the use of palm would have incurred deficits, but they changed that to actually ban the fuel. So there's a difference, but effectively, I would not expect soy biodiesel to come to New Mexico under that situation.
And that's because rather than being incentivized, the fuel would be disincentivized in terms of having a deficit obligation that it would have to buy credits to offset.
That's right.
Have you done any analysis around the impact on the availability of renewable diesel and alternative jet fuel of imposing this kind of increase in CI score of 42, or shall we say approximately 42?
So I think that I answered this a little bit before when I said that there is over 1 billion gallons of waste-based biodiesel in the U.S. Marketplace right now, and the amount that the department expects for use in New Mexico is on the order of a couple 100 million gallons at the peak. And so to the extent that that could be filled, some of that waste-based product could be sent to New Mexico, that would be a possibility.
Dr. Laskowski, is it your experience that soy oil is the predominant feedstock for producing renewable diesel in the United States?
That is my understanding.
And so I'll ask my question again. To what extent would your proposal to eliminate the eligibility or eliminate credit generation to the predominant feedstock impact the supply of renewable diesel to New Mexico?
I would ask the department what their assumptions were on the waste-based fuel, but again, I think that there is adequate volumes to incentivize the waste product to come to New Mexico, especially because the benchmark against which credits are evaluated is 20 points higher in New Mexico than in California. So for the same fuel, so let's say the waste-based fuel, if it had a carbon intensity score of 20, that's evaluated against a benchmark of about 95 in New Mexico, whereas that would be evaluated against a benchmark of maybe 75 in California. And so there would be an incentive on the credit generation to divert that product to where it would get the best incentive. And the credit generation would be higher for New Mexico. And then it would also depend on the credit price, which I believe that the department modeled, and we could look at what they modeled and relative to the credit price in California.
Dr. Laskowski, we walked through the CI points, reached the conclusion that it would be 10 CI points higher than the standard. Is it not correct to say that soy oil renewable diesel would not be supplied to the New Mexico market?
Yeah, that's likely to be the case.
Thank you. Thank you. And speaking more generally regarding your testimony, is it generally the case that all of your recommendations go to making the program more rigorous for liquid and gaseous fuels in multiple respects?
Yeah, I think that that's a fair assessment.
Turning specifically to alternative jet fuel, are you familiar with CARB's analysis of alternative jet fuel and specifically the carbon intensity scores associated with the HEFA process? That's HEFA.
Generally, I probably couldn't tell you exactly what the average carbon intensity score is without looking at the dashboard. But yes, I'm generally aware that they have evaluated the carbon intensity. It's an alternative fuel.
And given that the same HEFA process is used to produce renewable diesel and renewable jet, is it your experience that the carbon intensity scores for alternative jet fuel and renewable diesel are comparable?
Yeah, they're probably comparable. I think that probably jet is a little bit higher than the diesel.
And referring to Jane Sadler of RMI, did you did you have the opportunity to watch her testimony or review her testimony regarding the reports that they have produced regarding jet fuel in the SAF sector?
I heard her testimony.
You did?
I did.
Okay. And so she spoke of two specific reports focused on the Rocky Mountain regions of the U.S. That RMI developed, including a roadmap for SAF in the Rocky Mountain region. From that report, and this is Ms. Sadler's testimony, she stated that HEFA is the most crucial form of SAF right now. The commercially dominant pathway for SAF production is the hydrotreated, the HEFA process, which has established commercial viability at scale. For that reason, HEFA represents the immediate bridge to decarbonizing aviation. And then Ms. Sadler speaks to the specific availability of used cooking oil and tallow in the Rocky Mountain region, consisting of New Mexico, Utah, Colorado, and Wyoming, being about 225,000 tons per year. And she clarified that that was available used cooking oil and tallow, and that could produce for approximately 41 million gallons of SAF by 2030. So do you regard that that waste oil, the used cooking oil, the waste streams as sufficient, given that that's only about a third of the SAF Grand Challenge targets for 2030?
I'm not familiar with the report, but I do recall her saying that. I believe you said the waste from this region is approximately that. That does not mean that that's the total limit on the waste, either in the U.S. or globally, and some of that waste does come from other regions. And that global challenge is, I believe, a national challenge. So I'm not sure that New Mexico is required to meet that challenge on its own.
Thank you, Dr. Laskowski. That concludes my questions for Dr. Laskowski relating to the SAF producer group. I would like to turn to cross-examination regarding Verde Clean Fuels. Dr. Laskowski, perhaps refreshingly, we're going to move to a different recommendation now than we have been discussing recently here. And that is your recommendation at page 3 regarding avoided methane crediting. And the recommendation states, remove avoided methane crediting provisions. These are not authorized by the Clean Transportation Fuel Statute, are not technology neutral, and would direct disproportionate subsidies to a narrow set of projects with little in-state benefit. Is there anything that you would modify regarding that recommendation, or is it does it stand as stated?
What I heard from the Environment Department is, or what I saw in their proposal is that they included a definition for avoided emissions that did not limit it to methane. So my recommendations here were based on an understanding that the avoided emissions would be only for methane and only for certain pathways. And now I'm not sure if the department's intention is to have that be more expansive. So I think that might be better for a rebuttal statement. But generally, as I understood it, as of me writing it, that recommendation stands.
And this recommendation extends beyond dairy digester methane credit provisions and extends to all avoided methane crediting. Is that correct?
Well, again, it's unclear to me what the department's proposal for.
Dr. Laskowski, excuse me. I'm asking you what your recommendation is. Now, I'm not referencing anything else. What your recommendation is? What does this mean? Does this mean all avoided methane crediting or only dairy digester methane crediting?
All.
Thank you. Were you present for the Verde Clean Fuels opening statement that described the gas to liquids facility that Verde is developing in the Permian Basin?
I believe so. You might have to refresh my memory on that one a little bit.
All right. This referred to using gas to liquids as a method to process various feedstocks, and specifically their planned feedstock is excess methane. And through the gas to liquids process, they would produce gasoline from that excess methane. And by excess methane, this is methane likely to be vented or flared, as well as stranded methane that can not be delivered downstream through the natural gas pipeline due to insufficient pipeline capacity. Is that a technology you're familiar with?
No, but I understand the concept. If I can clarify, this is a fossil methane, right?
That's correct. It's methane that's typically being released as a byproduct of crude oil production.
Got it.
And referring again to carbon and life cycle analysis and carbon intensity, would you agree, based on your experience in the California LCFS program, that the method for analyzing the baseline for carbon intensity reduction is to evaluate CI reductions as compared to the statutory or regulatory requirements of the state?
I would, with the caveat that in the California program, fossil is not eligible as an alternative fuel pathway.
I'm just speaking in terms of life cycle analysis, Dr. Laskowski.
Can you repeat the question?
Actually, maybe I'll give an example because I think that'll be better than the abstract here. So in the case of landfill gas, crediting for landfill gas, is it accurate to say within the California program that landfill gas capture, essentially the facility is going to be required to comply with all California regulations as a baseline, and will only be credited for avoided methane emissions if it goes beyond that regulatory requirement?
Yes, avoided methane for anything that's required in a regulatory sense is not eligible for the avoided methane crediting.
Right. And specific to the Verde facility, are you aware that New Mexico has some of the most stringent flaring and venting regulations of any state in the country?
I'm not aware of that.
During the Verde presentation, I asked questions of Climate Bureau Chief Bouchard regarding the Verde process, and this is paraphrasing. Ms. Bouchard indicated she still had questions around that because any avoided methane crediting under the CTFP would need to be evaluated against the state's methane control requirements. That kind of approach would be consistent with what you described for landfills, correct?
Generally, yes.
In other words, only if a facility goes above and beyond the state regulatory requirements are they going to be awarded avoided methane crediting.
So California has specific pathways that avoided emissions could even potentially apply to, and within those pathways it has to be above and beyond a regulatory baseline.
And so to the extent, and this is speaking to the New Mexico program, to the extent Verde facilities capture additional methane that go above and beyond the New Mexico requirement and would otherwise have been vented, flared, or otherwise legally released into the atmosphere, would you consider that to be avoided methane?
I'm not sure because I would probably need to understand the framework a little bit better.
And once you understood the framework better and found that it was indeed avoided methane, would you recommend that this beneficial use of methane to produce gasoline should be recognized in the CTFP life cycle analysis?
Objection lacks foundation and calls for speculation.
I think it does call for speculation, Mr. Noyes.
Madam Hearing Officer, we've had testimony, and we've got testimony in the record and had discussions of Verde's technology. And this is a critical item for New Mexico's oil and gas economy, as well as its environmental principles. The idea of a proposal that wouldn't recognize methane capture beyond the stringent requirements of New Mexico strikes me as a really fundamental issue that should be brought before this board's attention and discussed thoroughly here.
All right. So again, I understand, and I trust you have laid out what you needed to say about this with your own witnesses. Asking Dr. Laskowski, though, to continue answering questions when she doesn't have, if you will, a foundation in the implementation of this in New Mexico, I think it's speculative.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Dr. Laskowski, turning now to methane as a short-lived climate pollutant that's been discussed in prior cross. Are you familiar with the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change? That's the IPCC synthesis report?
Broadly, it's been a while since I've looked at one of their synthesis reports.
And are you aware that beginning in 2021, the IPCC shifted its focus to the highest near-term priority, that being reducing methane emissions?
No, but I wasn't specifically aware of that.
And were you aware that in the 2023 report, IPCC stated more rapid reduction in carbon dioxide and non-carbon dioxide emissions per, oh, sorry, too rapid there. The IPCC stated more rapid reduction in carbon dioxide and non-carbon dioxide emissions, particularly methane, limits peak warming levels and reduces the requirement for net negative carbon dioxide emissions and carbon dioxide removal, thereby reducing feasibility and sustainability concerns and social environmental risks.
I would probably want to refer to the report, but so I trust that you are quoting correctly.
And do you have any concerns about the general position of not recognizing any avoided methane emissions in terms of not being consistent with the IPCC's directive and the importance of reducing methane emissions?
I never said that there's not an importance to reducing methane emissions. That can be achieved through a number of mechanisms, not simply one program that would likely have those projects be mostly out of state for the projects that I was aware of the dairy project. So, I don't believe that I didn't mean to imply that methane reduction was not important. I was recommending that avoided methane crediting didn't conform to the program as I read it.
So this would be another sector of credit generating activity that you would not recognize under your recommendations?
Well, I think that I was clear that I recommend that avoided methane crediting be removed from the proposal.
And wouldn't that have the implication of eliminating credits that would otherwise be generated in New Mexico and could be used to offset deficits?
I'm not sure because I haven't seen an analysis that looked at the potential for avoided methane crediting in New Mexico.
Are you aware that the Permian Basin is the largest petroleum producing region in the US?
I am.
Are you also aware that New Mexico accounts for almost a third of the crude oil produced in the Permian Basin?
I would believe you.
By what climate policy principle do you oppose the recognition of beneficial use projects that would reduce methane emissions, regardless of whether the project is deployed in New Mexico or another state?
So as I've talked about, the avoided methane crediting is a construct from California's legislature to address a problem in California's dairy sector. What Verde's project is different. I don't believe it would be allowed in the California program. I didn't know that that was the intent of the proposal here. So I I guess I'm not exactly sure how to answer that, because I think reducing emissions generally is a good thing. It would be inconsistent with other programs to award that kind of avoided methane crediting in this program relative to other states.
Dr. Liskowski, do you not think that New Mexico should look to the specific opportunities and particularly the oil and gas sector as places for crediting, given that it's the #2 oil and gas producing state in the country?
Yeah, I think that New Mexico should look for opportunities to reduce emissions from wherever they can. Yes, I do.
And does oil and gas production not strike you as an excellent place to look for methane reduction opportunities?
Yes, I think that that's a fair place to look for reduction opportunities.
Thank you. Turning now to landfills. Are you aware that advanced landfill monitoring and control technologies can increase the efficiency of landfill methane collection systems and thereby reduce methane emissions?
I've seen conflicting reports, studies on that. What I've seen are very specific, very localized, controlled studies, and they have mixed results of whether they can increase methane capture.
Are you familiar with the American Carbon Registry?
I am.
And what does the American Carbon Registry do?
They develop protocols for voluntary carbon offset projects.
And are you aware that the American Carbon Registry approved a methodology for generating carbon offset credits from landfill gas capture and beneficial use projects?
Yes, I am.
And are you aware that projects following this protocol can deliver 15 to 20% more methane reductions than just compliance with landfill requirements? Regulatory requirements?
I'm not familiar with the specifics of the protocol or what they could achieve or how they do their methodology or quantification.
Are you aware that CARB approved a Tier 2 pathway for a landfill gas destruction and beneficial use as electricity with a carbon intensity score of -100 in August?
No, I believe someone else asked me that as well. And no, I think I missed that.
Given your experience with the California LCFS, would you expect that the additional revenue streams from LCFS credits that these landfill gas projects could make it possible to deploy more of these projects faster and therefore reduce fugitive methane emissions from landfills?
Potentially.
And so to the extent that landfill gas capture and beneficial use projects capture additional methane that would otherwise have been released into the atmosphere, would you recommend that this reduction of fugitive methane emissions be recognized in the Clean Transportation Fuel Program's life cycle analysis methodology?
I would need to understand the basis of that avoided methane crediting and how it's quantified.
Thank you, Dr. Liskowski. No further questions.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Noyes. Is Ms. Tremblay with us? Is Mr. Weatherby with us? Mr. Weatherby, do you have questions of the coalition panel, Mr. Madsen or Dr. Liskowski?
No, I don't at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll turn then to the board. Member, Ms. Sona? Oh, I thought you wanted to do your redirect after the board. But it's fine if you want to go now.
Well, these ones, they're not my witnesses.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt. This is Kara Lynch here in the audience. Here, right here.
Yes.
Our witness would like a 5-minute break, if that's possible.
All right. It may be then we have to divide your questions in two. Let's come back at 11:40. We just had a very short break, and I would like to break for lunch at noon. So if you would just identify a good point around then, Mitsuma. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Mr. Madsen, we've met, but again, for the record, my name is Kelsey Sona, and I'm the attorney for the New Mexico Environment Department, which has petitioned for adoption of the rule. I have a couple of questions for you on various different topics. I have been trying to pay careful attention to what you've already been asked. And so for the most part, my questions are going to be more of a higher level than some of the industry specific questions that you were asked. And if I ask something that's repetitive, I'm just trying to connect a line of thought for you. But feel free to let me know if you've already answered something that you feel you've done that extensively.
Thank you.
So the first part I want to start with is talking about the transit services passenger efficiency credits that CCAE has proposed. Do you recall that proposal and your testimony about that?
I do.
Okay. Would you agree with me that the central focus of a clean transportation fuel program is to reduce life cycle carbon intensity of fuels, and a secondary benefit may more be to regulate vehicle miles traveled?
Well, I think the point of the program is to reduce the emissions that are causing climate change writ large. The specific standard is around the carbon intensity of transportation fuels. But I think looking for opportunities to align the program with the various strategies that New Mexico needs to pursue to achieve its climate targets makes sense, which is why I included this in the proposal.
Okay, so it's fair to say that from your perspective that it's a byproduct of the CTFP to be able to reduce vehicle miles traveled, because the project credits that you're proposing would have the effect of making alternatives more attractive?
I guess first, I think as proposed, the standard would not do anything for vehicle miles traveled as the department proposed it. With my recommendation, there's an incentive for transit agencies to increase ridership. And I think most likely that would reduce growth in vehicle miles traveled a little bit, but I doubt it would actually reduce vehicle miles traveled, just to be clear. It would still help reduce emissions by making the overall transportation system more efficient. And then my second thought is, I didn't actually propose this as a project credit, but more as along the lines of the fuel supply equipment pathway, like just a different pathway to generate credits. I can imagine multiple ways in which you could integrate passenger efficiency into the rule, and I'm open to discussions about like what it would look like to include this concept in a project credit, which I understand the department's added to the September 2nd draft of the rule.
Are you aware of whether CCAE has had conversations with the department about this opportunity being part of project crediting?
The ideas come up, but I don't think we've figured out exactly how it would work, or at least I don't know exactly how it would work. I think I'm excited about talking about it and exploring the concept further in the next phases of the proceeding.
Thank you. You briefly mentioned this, but what are the entities that would stand to earn credits under the proposal?
The passenger efficiency proposal?
Yes.
In my proposal, I suggested transit agencies, school districts, and commercial transportation services.
Are you aware of whether any of those entities are parties to this rulemaking?
I don't believe that any of them are parties.
Are you aware of whether or not any of these entities have provided their thoughts and perspectives on your proposal in the docket for the rulemaking?
CCAE has talked to a couple of transit agencies in the state, like the Albuquerque Transit Agency, but I think they haven't been paying very close attention to the rule, was my impression. And, you know, if anything, we're concerned about whether they might be paying deficits and looking at this less as an opportunity. So one of the things we were trying to do with our conversations was to raise awareness that they figure into the state's climate strategy, and helping them accomplish their goals is an objective worth pursuing. And this might be an avenue to look at doing more.
Do you think this is an avenue where their perspective is important to hear directly, for the board to hear directly from them on it?
I would love to have transit agencies participating in this process as parties. Unfortunately, I think that they've got their hands full with just running their operations generally. And part of my mission as a transportation efficiency advocate is to speak for transit agencies in arenas like this where they might not necessarily be able to participate directly.
With the idea and the proposal that you've provided for passenger efficiency credits, is this proposal unique to New Mexico? Or in other words, does this exist in any other state transportation programs?
To my knowledge, there's no other clean transportation fuel standards that include this type of a credit. But of course, a lot of states do care about public transit and prioritize public transit and provide funding for it in various ways. Like in Colorado, there's a production fee on oil and gas extraction that's providing hundreds of millions of dollars for transit agencies in that state. Washington's Cap and Invest program provides money for transit. There's no equivalent program in New Mexico that I'm aware of, which is why I was looking for ways to increase the ways in which transit could participate in reducing the state's overall emissions as part of this process here.
I want to turn to a different topic. Can you share whether any other state uses the concept of advanced crediting specifically for purposes of addressing a market shortage?
Yes, the state that I'm aware of that does this is California in the low carbon fuel standard. Advanced crediting is a part of the recent rulemaking. The state concluded, I think, I forget the exact date, but the latest version of the low carbon fuel standard in California includes the concept of advanced crediting as a way to address potential credit shortages that could emerge and control prices.
And in the other two states, Oregon and Washington, would you agree that the way they handle advanced crediting is more in terms, for these types of purposes that we're talking about, is more in terms of EV deployment financing opportunities than market shortages?
I think that's true of Oregon's program, and I can't say that I am familiar with exactly how Washington handles it, although Dr. Laskowski might know. The point that I was trying to make with my recommendation was that there are ways to handle a potential shortage of credits in New Mexico's system that would be possible to accomplish without having to pause the standard or suspend deficit generation.
With that, can you think of any situation in which there might be grounds where it's necessary to suspend the rule?
I mean, I can think of all sorts of situations. I guess my mind first goes to like the situation with Russia and Ukraine. Like there might be some sort of crazy situation like that where you might need to pause all sorts of things. But I don't think it makes sense to, I mean, I think emergency situations like that, you know, I don't really know how we'd handle it if we were in a situation like that. I guess I'm speculating now. The point I wanted to make was that I think assuming that the market's going to be continuous and predictable and, you know, functional over time is a sound way to design a policy. And we can't anticipate every possible emergency situation that might arise. You know, I guess I could imagine different ways to handle the deferment part of the rule that might be a little more flexible to handle, you know, a situation like a Russia-Ukraine incident without implying that under like a simple credit shortage situation, we might suspend the standard.
Would you agree that given here you were able to come up with some potential scenarios where that authority might be needed, that it would not be a good idea to completely remove that option from the department's toolkit for addressing deferral?
I'm thinking that might be something I'd explore in my rebuttal testimony. I mean, I think I'm open to discussing what that might look like. The main thing that I am advocating for is a standard that's continuous and predictable, and that is oriented towards protecting the climate as well as protecting consumers. So I think there's ways that we can handle potential price spikes that maintain the emissions integrity of the program over time, and that's the important part of my recommendation.
Okay. Turning to a slightly different topic regarding credit oversupply. In your testimony, you share your opinion that the program could suffer generally from an oversupply of credits, correct?
Yes, I think there's the potential for that.
Okay. And at the same time, you've also proposed creating new credit opportunities, such as the passenger efficiency credits, correct?
Correct.
How are you reconciling that if credit oversupply is a problem that you foresee, adding new credit opportunities isn't going to add to that risk?
Well, I think if you look at CCAE's recommendations as a whole, we're recommending that the department tighten the standard, tighten some of the accounting rules in ways that would reduce the amount of credits available. And then adding additional credit generation opportunities, as well as potentially strengthening the carbon intensity reduction target, would point the state more vigorously towards its carbon emission reduction goals and towards a net zero emission transportation system by mid-century. And I think that you know, the market's going to need tending to make sure that there's a balance between the amount of deficits and the amount of credits. And that's going to be an important role for the department to play, to make sure that the standards crafted such that prices don't get high, prices don't get too low. We're getting the emissions reductions that we need to achieve our goals.
In talking about the balance of the market and credits and deficits, is there any data that you have included in the record that you have relied on, or in working with Dr. Lakowski that you guys have put together, that would explain how removal or tightening of credit opportunities, as well as additional new opportunities, would actually impact the balance for supply and demand?
So CCA was not sufficiently capable of performing our own model of how the market might work either under the department's proposal or under our recommendations. This is just beyond our capacity to do. We would need somebody like Dr. Murphy, who was here earlier, to perform something like that. So short of having our own actual model, we used our experience and our informed judgment to make some informed guesses about what might happen under the proposed rule, and proposed some amendments that we believe will improve the performance of the standard as an emissions reduction tool, while also centering more of the benefits here in New Mexico.
So without that analysis, though, as you've shared, it's really just your theoretical opinion based on your experience that the board would move forward with an understanding that if they adopted your proposal, it could work without any actual analysis of whether it could or couldn't work.
I think it's more than that. And I think it goes to, for example, to Mr. Ford's testimony. The department provided some modeling about where credits might come from and in what quantities. And Mr. Ford described a set of conservative assumptions that were, I believe, meant to show that this standard is achievable even in circumstances where credit supplies are going to be on the lower side of what might be possible. But I want to also think about the other scenario. What happens in a less conservative scenario where there's actually more credits than the model might anticipate under the set of assumptions that were used? So I think that the modeling that Mr. Ford did is a fair estimate of what might happen. It's probably on the lower bound of where the total number of credits would lie in my experience as a policy analyst. And I think it's quite possible that there could be a larger number of credits, and the rule should have mechanisms included in it to deal with the possibility that there might be too many credits. And if that happened, that would drive the price down. Mr. Ford talked about the price of a credit going down towards zero in the 2030s. We can't let the price of a credit go down to zero, otherwise the policy will stop functioning as a tool to reduce emissions. So short of going back to the board for an update of the rule, which we could always do, CCA is proposing that the rule includes some mechanisms to make some course corrections on the fly without necessarily having to come back for a rule update.
One of those course corrections that you recommended includes issuing advanced credits, which we spoke about just a moment ago, to utilities, right?
Correct.
Are any of those credit generating utilities parties to this rulemaking?
No, they are not.
You've expanded on this a little bit, so I want to go back to the questions that I asked previously. Can you explain why it's necessary to be different from the other states in addressing these advanced credit opportunities instead of relying on mechanisms that the department has evaluated and proposed, such as the credit clearance market and infrastructure credits, to address the supply of credits?
So I guess first, I don't think this would put New Mexico in a different category. The advanced credit concept exists in the California rule, and I think New Mexico would be following that model. And the point of it would be to prevent the standard from ever going into a suspended state, to prevent a situation where you've either stopped deficit generation, which would reduce the revenue that's going to clean fuels, or to suspend the increase of the standard, which would risk that we slow down our trajectory towards a net zero transportation system. So I don't see it as different than the other states, and I think that having a mechanism to address a price spike or a potential credit shortage that is also oriented towards preserving our trajectory towards a clean transportation system would be an improvement on the department's proposal.
Ms. Sona, we need to take a lunch break. You still have time with Mr. Madsen, though.
I think this is a good stopping point, actually. I was just going to propose that.
Thank you so much. Let's come back at 1. Oh, I'm sorry. We do have 2 folks indicating a desire to offer public comment. They're both on the platform. Let's see. First, we have Mal Skowron and then Chris Nevers. And then I will ask if there's anyone else who would like to offer public comment today. There's an opportunity every day at 1 and another opportunity tonight and the evening of November 17th. So, Mr. Skowron, can you unmute yourself?
Good afternoon. This is Mal Skowron. Are you able to hear me okay?
You're a little soft. Would you spell your first and last name, please?
Yes. My name is Mal, M-A-L. Last name Skowron, S-K-O-W-R-O-N.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. I'll start your time.
Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments here today. My name is Mal Skowron. I'm a senior policy analyst for Tesla. Tesla is a manufacturer of electric vehicles and the largest operator of DC fast charging in New Mexico. We currently operate 162 charging stalls across 18 supercharger locations in the state. Over the last 2 years, Tesla has opened the supercharger network for use by vehicles manufactured by other OEMs, and every major automaker in North America will soon have access or already has access to our supercharger network, including Ford, General Motors, Rivian, and others.
Ms. Skowron, would you please slow down a little bit?
Thank you. We are excited to see New Mexico proceed with the adoption of the Clean Transportation Fuel Program rule. Tesla participates in multiple clean fuel standard programs, including in California, Washington, Oregon, and British Columbia. We have found that such programs are an effective tool to advance the market for electricity as vehicle fuel and accelerate EV adoption. With the anticipated benefits of the CTFP, Tesla will be able to invest in new charging stations more rapidly in the state and potentially in more remote locations. Investing ahead of driver demand accelerates the development of the network, which gives drivers confidence to choose an electric vehicle. On Monday, September 22nd, I submitted written comments on behalf of Tesla. These comments suggest 2 modifications to sections 303 and 304 of this proposed rule that will improve funding certainty for participants that claim fuel supply equipment credits and ensure fair competition for operators of EV charging stations. In my comments today, I wanted to raise one additional issue for department staff and the board's consideration. Section 403 establishes the entities that may claim residential base credits through the CTFP. Vehicle manufacturers may claim 35% of electricity dispensed to EVs produced by that manufacturer. Auto manufacturers are required by the rule to use the revenue generated from residential base credits to reduce upfront EV costs for potential buyers in New Mexico. We support this language as auto manufacturers are motivated to maximize credit value to reduce upfront costs and incentivize EV sales. Allowing auto manufacturers to claim a portion of base credits will meaningfully make EVs more accessible to New Mexico drivers. This design takes advantage of mutual goals aligned between the state and vehicle manufacturers, and I greatly appreciate staff's thoughtful inclusion of this provision in the rule. However, I am concerned that there is an eligibility requirement in section 403 that would have the effect of cutting certain automotive OEMs from the ability to claim credits. Specifically, the The rule requires OEMs to administer sales through a dealer licensed by the Motor Vehicle Division of the New Mexico Taxation and Revenue Department, which would provide manufacturers with a direct sales model, such as Tesla, from participating. This eligibility restriction is inconsistent with the CTFP's goal of advancing the market for clean fuels. A significant portion of the state's EV sales do not occur through licensed dealers. For example, the Tesla Model Y, which was the best-selling car in the world in 2023, would not be eligible to accumulate base credits for Model Ys that are charged at home in New Mexico under the current restriction. Given that auto manufacturers would be required to use base credit revenues to lower upfront costs of EVs that they sell in New Mexico, this restriction will have the negative impact of undercutting the value of the program to potential EV buyers. We greatly appreciate the department's emphasis on a technology-neutral approach to this rule. However, excluding vehicle manufacturers based on their approach to sales is not consistent with a technology-neutral principle, as it would discourage fair competition. We see no reason to limit OEMs' ability to access base credits based on the method of sale they use to get more EVs on the roads. I request respectfully that the Board and Environment Department review this language and strike Section 403, subsection C1B3 from the proposed rule before its adoption. Thank you for your consideration, and we greatly appreciate the opportunity to participate in this process and submit public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Skowron. Chris Nevers.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, very clearly. Would you spell your first and last name, please?
ChrisNevers.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll start your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Nevers, and I am the Senior Director of Public Policy at Rivian Automotive. Rivian is an independent American company focused on the design, development, manufacture, and distribution of all-electric vehicles, specifically pickups, sport utility vehicles, and commercial vans. We also operate a national fast charging network, including a site to come online soon in New Mexico. We appreciate the opportunity to provide brief comments today. Rivian has long supported efforts to establish a clean transportation fuel program in New Mexico, and we applaud the leadership of the New Mexico Environment Department in developing the state's proposed policy. Rivian participates in programs like this in other U.S. states as a public charging provider.
I think we lost you, sir.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Okay. Let's see. Mr. Nevers, would you pause for a moment, please? Sorry, David. Hello, hello. No, see, there's nothing here.
Check 1, 2.
Yeah, no, our speakers aren't working.
Testing. Yeah, it came back on.
Came back? Oh, all right.
Yep, my thing is on that.
All right. Thank you very much, and I apologize, Mr. Nevers, for the interruption. David, would you tell us the last bit that you heard? I will.
Rivian has long supported efforts to establish a clean transportation fuel program in New Mexico, and we applaud the leadership of the New Mexico Environment Department in developing the state's proposed policy. Rivian participates in programs like this in other states as a public charging provider.
All righty. So the last thing we heard, Mr. Nevers, was that Rivian participates in programs like this. So if you would pick up from there, thank you, and I'm sorry for the interruption.
Thank you. Yes, we participate in programs like this as a public charging provider, fleet operator, and manufacturer of EVs that generate program value through residential charging. Clean fuel standards reduce emissions and grow the EV market. We look forward to participating in the CTFP in New Mexico once implemented. Overall, Rivian strongly supports the proposed adoption of the CTFP and encourages the Environmental Improvement Board to move swiftly in favor of the proposal, but with two key modifications. First, the proposal should not limit residential charging credit generation to vehicles sold only via auto dealers licensed by the state taxation and revenue department. This would presumably and unfairly prohibit electric vehicle manufacturers like Rivian, who operate a direct-to-consumer sales model, from participation. Under current New Mexico law, Rivian is prohibited from securing dealer licenses in the state. To ensure fairness in this technology-neutral policy and to maximize the benefit of this provision of the CTFP, New Mexico should not restrict automaker participation based on the use of traditional dealer models. Rather, residential charging activity in New Mexico should be eligible to generate residential credits regardless of how those EVs are sold. Second, the final regulation should not limit fuel supply equipment pathway credits to just one site per zip code. There are strong reasons for incentivizing a density of public charging infrastructure in certain parts of the state, including variations in demand and the virtues of healthy market competition. If the state wishes to attract investment to certain parts of the state, a better approach would be to provide additional incentives in those areas as opposed to restrictions in others. New Mexico is fortunate to be developing this policy with the aid of lessons learned from other jurisdictions. The state is poised to implement an innovative regulation that evolves the standard for clean fuels programs, and we applaud the initiative. With just a couple of key modifications, we believe this policy can be a standard-setting leader for the nation. Thank you again for the opportunity to comment today. We support a CTFP in New Mexico and appreciate the hard work of the agency and the board. We will follow up with detailed written comments and look forward to participating in New Mexico's CTFP. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nevers. Let's see, next is Dylan Dario. Are you
Hello?
with us on? Oh, yes, hello.
Hi,
Would
do
you
you guys
spell?
hear me?
Yes, would you spell your first and last name?
Dylan
last name Deriot.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
I'll start your time.
So good afternoon. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Dylan Dario, and I'm here on behalf of Waga Energy. Waga Energy develops renewable natural gas projects at landfills worldwide, including here in the United States, and turning landfill gas into pipeline quality fuel and displacing fossil natural gas. My first comment for you all is that real world landfill gas capture rates are lower than many default estimates. EPA's 2023 data show that only 39% of methane from landfilled food waste is actually captured. This is far below the assumptions that are often used in GREET-based carbon intensity scoring. So starting from an overly optimistic baseline hides the true benefits of project improvements. Second, landfill gas to renewable natural gas projects and cut emissions. Developers like Waga Energy help to expand well fields, install advanced monitoring, and maintain higher vacuum and maintenance standards. These are actions that pull more methane into the system and keep it out of the atmosphere. Third, the rule should recognize those added reductions. So we recommend allowing verifiable site-specific data to show improved capture after the project is implemented, and crediting the incremental methane that is collected from those upgrades. Finally, I also want to stress the importance of avoided methane crediting. Removing it would make many projects, especially smaller sites, financially unviable. This would mean fewer projects going online and increased carbon emissions. And it would ultimately undermine the program's climate goals. So to summarize, recognizing actual capture rates, rewarding projects that increase them, and preserving avoided methane credits will drive private investments and deliver the fastest, lowest cost greenhouse gas reductions for New Mexico. We also plan to submit written comments to highlight our points here. And again, we appreciate the time and thank you for considering these comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dario. Let me ask if there's anyone else on the platform who would like to offer public comment at this time. There will be several other opportunities in the event you'd like to wait. No? All right. Is there anyone in the room? No? All right. We'll return to the technical case then. When we broke into the technical case, Ms. Sona still had about 11 minutes with Mr. Madsen and 30 minutes with Dr. Laskowski.
Okay, thank you. I have a few more questions for you, Mr. Madsen, since the break for lunch and public comment. We didn't quite finish up with the ones I had.
Understood.
So do you recall the questions that we had been talking about right before we paused?
Generally, yes, but you might need to refresh my memory if it looks like I've forgotten.
Okay. Generally, it was about advanced credit opportunities.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. You had shared some information with us about California issuing advanced credits. Do you recall that?
The advanced credits are in the regulatory language, and I'm actually not aware if they've issued any yet or not.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Is this regulatory language pretty new to California?
Yes, it's in the most recent version of the rule, which was changed by their board within the last year.
So is it fair to say that California's adoption of the advanced crediting scheme was 15 years after the inception of their program and after the period of time they had to observe the market fluctuations in their program?
I don't have any reason to disagree with that statement.
Turning to a different topic,
Okay.
in your testimony, you emphasize that the program must be technology neutral. Is that a fair characterization?
The words technology neutral are in the statute.
Okay. And I think you explained in some earlier questioning that for you, technology neutral meant in a sense that different fuels should compete on their actual carbon intensity performance.
Yeah, and I think it's very important that the rules are fair and accurate and represent real and additional emissions reductions, so that we're getting what we think we're getting out of the program in terms of progress on cutting pollution.
Okay. And I'm not asking you a legal question
Okay.
with this one. Are you aware of the provision in the statute at 74-1-18C7 that I will directly quote for your reference, states not discriminate against fuels solely on the basis of having originated in another state or jurisdiction. End
Yes.
quote.
Yes, I'm aware of that language.
Okay. And with that, the rule also focuses on treating in-state and out-of-state fuels even-handedly. Is that a fair general characterization?
Well, I think that probably gets closer towards Ms. Laskowski's testimony.
Okay. I'll ask her the rest of my questions.
Hearing officer,
Yes.
I believe that's a legal conclusion that is outside the scope of this witness's testimony.
All right. I think Ms. Sona acknowledged that to the extent it sounded like she was trying to elicit a legal conclusion, she was not. And I think Mr. Madsen understands. Go ahead, Ms. Sona.
Thank you. One of the, I shared with you at the beginning, I was going to have lots of different types of questions. On another topic, one of the proposals that is contained in the red line from CCA and that you testified about is with regards to a price cap for credits. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that in times of credit shortages, the impact of a price cap would mean that credit generators are affected by the price cap in a way that would require them to sell their credits for less than what regulatory parties are willing to pay?
I could imagine a scenario where that would be required, like under a credit clearance market, if there were parties that were holding on to credits that were required to put them up for auction under the proposed rule, they might have to accept a price lower than what they otherwise could get on the open market.
In another topic,
Okay.
one of the proposals that you testified about and that is in CCAE's red line is to increase the stringency of the carbon intensity standards after 2030 to reach 50% carbon intensity reductions. Do you recall that proposal?
Yes.
Okay. Do you agree that this proposal risks market stability of having more increased standards without modeling to show what that could be at the inception of the market?
No, I think that the proposal, so there's a couple things that were going through my mind when I made that proposal. One is, I think there's more opportunities to reduce emissions out there in the marketplace, and a stronger standard would give a greater incentive to alternative fuel producers to deliver their products to New Mexico. So I think there's the potential to get more emissions reductions, one. Two, I think we need more emissions reductions to be on course to achieve our climate targets, specifically the net zero economy by 2050. And by setting a stronger target in this rulemaking, the board could signal to the marketplace that New Mexico has an intention of aggressively pursuing that goal. And I'd expect that that would factor into the business decisions of market participants and reduce the amount of investment in tools that might otherwise become stranded assets. For example, a fuel that might have a small amount of a fuel that might have a small amount of potential to reduce emissions, but then could become a deficit generating fuel as the standard progresses over time. Setting a stronger target now would focus more of the market's attention on tools that are going to be valuable in the credit market for a longer period of time, and hopefully more of the zero emission fuels and vehicles that we need to achieve our ultimate goals.
With the part of my question that was asking about modeling, though, the ask being made is for the board to send a signal to the marketplace without any sort of conservative modeling to understand whether or not that could be actually reached, though. That's missing from your proposal, right?
I haven't done a model, individual model of the proposed rule, but I did compare what the stringency of a clean transportation fuel standard would have to be to match the zero emission vehicle deployment trajectory that's implied by the New Mexico vehicle emissions standards that we've talked about a few times in the hearing. So there's a section of my testimony where I talk about I'm forgetting the name of the tool right now. It's an RMI tool. It's online. It contains a model of New Mexico's economy. It doesn't have the CTFP modeled in the level of detail of the proposed regulation, but it does have a generic CTFP. And when I ran a little experiment using that model, the strength of a clean transportation fuel standard that would exactly match what the New Mexico vehicle emission standards are going to deliver in terms of carbon emissions reductions was about 56% CI reduction by 2040. So that's a little higher than what I ended up recommending. I recommended a number that was a little lower than that at 50. And the point of that number is that it's aligned with what New Mexico's aim is as represented by the New Mexico vehicle emissions standards. And would fully support the level of zero emission vehicle deployment necessary to comply with that rule.
Was one of the assumptions that you made, and I'm just restating to try and clarify what I heard, is one of the assumptions that you made in this analysis that you did that there would be full electrification of New Mexico's fleet in order to meet these carbon intensity reductions?
No, the only assumption I made, I'm remembering the name of the tool now, it's the Energy Policy Simulator. The only assumption I made was changing the CI score in a generic clean transportation fuel standard to see what kind of emission reductions would come out. There's a ton of assumptions built into this model. It's online. It's called the Energy Policy Simulator, and anyone can go play with it to run their own experiments. And so I was looking at the results of that model, and then I was also looking at what would a linear rate of progress between 2030 and 2050 look like if we're aiming for net zero emissions. And on the linear pathway, you'd need to set the target at 60% CI reduction in 2040. And my recommendation is a little lower than both of those, but I think the point remains that I think there's room to get more emissions reductions out of this policy, and setting a stronger standard will focus more of the activity on fuels that have greater potential to reduce emissions over time.
You've reviewed NMED's proposed rule, correct?
Yes.
Does NMED's proposed rule put forward a proposal that's in line with the starting point that is set forth in the statute by the legislature?
Yes, yes. There's a 20% CI reduction required by statute, and that's the number in the proposed rule for 2030.
Okay. Ms. Sona, you have time for about one more question.
One more question. Okay, I guess my clock I only had me at 29 minutes with objections. Mr. Madsen, do you have any experience in conducting an enforcement action or working as a regulator in the enforcement fields?
No, I do not. I've worked for nonprofit organizations for my relevant career experience.
Leading up to the first 2 weeks of the hearing, did NMED agree to take a closer look at the proposal that CCAE had presented regarding enforcement?
I don't remember specifically, but that sounds plausible.
Would you ask this board to consider that proposal now or wait to evaluate it considering there might be future changes to that proposal?
I mean, I'm expecting we'll have ongoing conversations in between this hearing and the next one, and that could affect what ultimately ends up in the final package the board votes on.
Okay. That's my last question, Madam Hearing Officer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Madsen.
Thank you.
Dr. Laskowski, are you with us still?
I am. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Let me know if you can't hear me at all. To clarify from your earlier testimony, you're not an attorney, correct?
That's correct.
Do you recall stating a number of times in answers to questions that your read of section 74-1-18, or in other terms, the statute, being that fuel must be used in the state?
Do I remember saying that? Speaking to that? Yes, I do.
And this conclusion forms the basis of a number of your recommendations, such as removing book and claim, correct?
That's right.
Okay. Madam Hearing Officer, if I may, I'd like to make an oral motion regarding the lines of testimony that we heard previously from Dr. Laskowski. There was a number of questions prompted by other counsel and other parties on the platform regarding transportation, in which the answers, as Dr. Laskowski just shared again, are based on her assumption that the statute implies fuel must be used in the state. Counsel objected, her counsel objected to questions calling for a legal conclusion. However, the testimony continued after that to repeatedly state Dr. Laskowski's position that her read of the statute was that fuel must be used in the state. That in and of itself is a legal conclusion that she is basing a significant amount of her testimony on. And unfortunately, I think it's quite prejudicial that the lines of questioning were not allowed for that. We haven't been able to explore it. And so I'd like to move to strike from the record those opinions that she offered that are tied specifically to fuel being used in the state. And I will support that with, we don't have a legal analysis in the record for her to base that opinion on. So it's only her opinion, and she's established she's not an attorney.
All right. So I think instead of trying to resolve that motion to strike right now, that I'd like to continue hearing testimony, and I'd like to take that up at another time. Thank you.
Sure. Let me restart my clock so I make sure I stay on track. Dr. Lukowski, I want to turn a little bit to ILUC, the indirect land use change testimony that you've shared with us. You framed in your testimony technology neutral as a performance-based framework. Is that a fair characterization?
That's right.
And do you agree that performance-based is another way of saying life cycle accounting can reward innovation, like better farming practices, traceability systems, feedstock efficiency, etc.?
It can.
In backing out some of the conversation, as I shared with Mr. Mattson, my questions are going to be high level. You were asked some specifics specific to some of the industry parties. So if this feels repetitive, I apologize. I'm looking for more of like a high level on these questions. A higher ILUC value generally means that a fuel's carbon intensity is also higher, right?
Yes, that's right.
Which in turn means that the difference from the baseline standard is likely smaller.
Correct.
Okay. And so a higher ILUC value will reduce or eliminate credit generation for the fuel that it is applied to, correct?
It will more accurately represent the emissions, and that might result in fewer credit generated.
And for some fuels, that could actually mean that the fuel is a deficit generating fuel, correct?
If the ILUC value and the rest of the life cycle analysis is above the benchmark, that's correct.
For the other low carbon fuel states that we've talked about, in general, do they have lower ILUC values than what CCAE is proposing?
In California and in Washington, they use the exact same ILUC values that the department has proposed. Oregon has a different ILUC value for corn ethanol, I believe.
And what's to prevent fuel suppliers exporting to those states first or focusing their infrastructure development in those states where their investment goes further because of a likely greater return on credit generation?
Yeah, that's a good question. As I stated earlier, the credit generation is a function of both the CI score and its relative score relative to the benchmark, plus the and adding in the credit price. So the first part of that is the fuel score. So let's assume that the fuel score for two different states is the same. Say it's 40. The benchmark for New Mexico is higher, so there's a bigger difference in that credit generation, that delta. So there's an advantage that New Mexico gets on that credit side, and then the price also determines how much incentive there is per gallon of fuel delivered. So it's more than just what that fuel pathway CI score is. It's a function of many different things.
So looking at some of the specifics of that, though, I believe what you shared with Mr. Noyes was that your proposal was related to crop-based lipid feedstocks. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. If I miss either of those words, that's what I'm referring to in my questions. If all crop-based lipid feedstocks are assigned the same ILUC factor, does this not remove the competitive advantage for producers to invest in lower ILUC feedstocks? And I ask this question at a high level, understanding that you've shared there's caveats to this, but looking simply at the perspective for ILUC factor, does this not remove competitive advantage?
Well, there's many factors. So there's the waste products that don't have an ILUC factor. There's the different benchmark that it's evaluated against. So if you're just looking at the ILUC factor, yes, that difference is puts New Mexico at a competitive disadvantage, but other factors put it at a advantage.
Have you provided any modeling that would demonstrate what the advantage and disadvantage would look like for these industries based on your proposal?
As I discussed with Mr. Noyes, I looked at the amount of waste-based biodiesel that's available in the US, and that amount, which would be more competitive in New Mexico than in other jurisdictions, because that delta would be greater in New Mexico than in California, say. That would, there's much more of that fuel available in the US than what New Mexico demand would has been modeled to. Additionally, I don't know exactly what staff modeled as far as the feedstocks, but that availability exists, and there is a competitiveness for that waste feedstock that should incentivize that product to come to New Mexico.
In saying that this product would be incentivized to come to New Mexico, when you apply all of CCAE's proposals together and the way that they would impact biomass-based diesel, is it fair to characterize that this proposal for crop-based, lipid-based fuels getting a palm oil ILOC for all of them being assigned the same value, really just being a functional ban, in that there's really no incentive for these fuels to come to New Mexico under the proposal from CCAE?
Just objection asked and answered.
I carefully checked this one, Madam Hearing Officer.
Yeah, I think she was leading up to this question. This is kind of the more global question than she asked earlier.
Yeah, this is, sorry, this is fine. I can withdraw the objection, but just to clarify, this has also been covered with prior counsel. So moving forward along this line, I just appreciate if counsel could be careful to not be too redundant with prior conversations with prior counsel.
Yeah, I distinctly remember the conversation between Mr. Noyes and Dr. Laskowski. Ms. Sona, do you still want to pursue this? Do you need to repeat it, perhaps?
Sure, maybe I'll circle back to it in another way. I know the use of the word ban was strongly opposed, so I imagine that's what drew the objection. Dr. Lakowski, kind of switching gears a little bit, fuels like renewable natural gas and electricity, they move through shared systems, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And these are high level questions. In those sources, those systems, the molecules or electrons are mixed with all other sources, correct?
Yes.
And when that happens, you can't track the exact same molecules or electrons from the point of production to the point of use, correct?
To some extent, you can have an idea of where those molecules can end up. There's a balancing authority, there's a balancing region for electricity, for example. So within one region, you can have a higher level of certainty that those electrons are going to be used within that balancing authority. With natural gas pipelines, those are bidirectional, and so those molecules can be going in multiple different directions over a calendar year. So you might have a situation where those molecules have no chance of getting to New Mexico.
But even if those molecules, the exact same molecules, don't come to New Mexico, what we're looking at as an output from those systems is still an equivalent amount of what the New Mexico consumer is using, right? As what came in.
If you're matching the amounts, yes.
Okay. So to put it in other words, the fuel that still comes to New Mexico, the fuel still comes to New Mexico. It's just not the exact same molecules or electrons that were initially injected, correct?
Well, it's likely that the biomethane is not biomethane that's being extracted from the pipeline. It's likely that it's fossil because most of that gas in that system is fossil. And we cannot say with a high level of certainty that that gas could get to New Mexico. Some other states have put some restrictions on that to allow some of that gas to demonstrate that it's possible to get to that state. The current proposal here does not have even those restrictions.
You've shared a bit about restrictions, and I noticed in your testimony you had two different perspectives on book and claim. I'm sorry I don't have the page numbers to share with you, but just correct me if you think I'm characterizing this wrong. One perspective was that book and claim should be eliminated overall in the New Mexico CTFP rule, and another perspective being that book and claim might be permissible if there was explicit safeguards surrounding the way it was used. Can you share which of those is correct, or if both of them are correct?
I would say at a broad level that the state should require physical delivery. That being said, I'm not a lawyer. I had a plain language interpretation of the statute. If there's a different interpretation, I'd be happy to talk to the department about what that looks like. And I still think there are restrictions that would need to be placed.
Is it fair to characterize that book and claim is a chain of custody methodology that allows for the accounting of this exact problem that you're addressing?
There are chain of custody requirements in certain programs, but those chain of custodies are not in a universal, publicly available system that can be checked against in other programs.
So you're saying no? And I don't mean that hostilely. I don't understand your answer.
Can I object to an ambiguous question and just ask counsel for the department to clarify? When you're talking about, I couldn't tell the question about book and claim being a chain of custody construct, if that was a reference to book and claim being a chain of custody construct just for environmental attributes or also for methane. It would just be great to get clarification what you mean when you say chain of custody.
Well, Madam Hearing Officer, the witness answered the question and it was my confusion. So I don't believe that that's a proper objection coming after the fact. So I'll move on. Given the nature of how renewable gas works, without book and claim, isn't renewable gas effectively excluded from earning credits in New Mexico, Dr. Lakowski?
Not necessarily. I don't necessarily agree with that. I do think that it limits the amount of biomethane that could be credited in New Mexico.
And in effect, that's a limit based on the fuel originating from outside of New Mexico's borders, correct?
Potentially, yes.
Sorry for my pause. I'm reading through my questions to make sure I don't repeat Mr. Noyes. Turning to a different topic, California has binding regulations on greenhouse gas emissions from animal waste under its broader climate laws, correct?
Can you clarify what those are that you're referencing?
Well, in the context of avoided emissions, the emissions from animal waste are already regulated under California law, correct?
I don't believe so.
Wasn't this the line of questioning you addressed with Mr. Noyes previously discussing that?
No, the line of questioning, I believe, was related to that wastewater treatment, other biomethane sources like wastewater treatment plants and landfills, they have requirements for the capture of their methane, but the animal waste does not have the same methane capture requirements.
Are you aware of whether New Mexico has animal waste methane capture requirements?
I'm not.
In your experience as a regulator with CARB, if the board were to delete mention of avoided emissions in the rule so that it's silent on the issue, does that necessarily mean that the agency can't consider avoided emissions in a life cycle analysis?
That is how I would interpret it. Again, that, yeah, because other states have explicitly put in the provisions for when this extra crediting can happen, I would assume that by not including any specific guidance, that it would be excluded.
Turning back to book and claim, under book and claim, is it true that the environmental attribute would be detached from one fuel type and reattached to the same fuel type used in New Mexico?
I believe that that is what is written in the proposal, although I may have heard agency staff say something slightly different. So I would have to, I would want to check the transcript, but that's how I believe environmental attributes are referred to in the proposal.
Based on your understanding of what the proposal says, setting aside what testimony may have been earlier, do you think that decreases the CI of transportation fuel used in the state?
Sorry, that what
That
did?
Would you like me to repeat it?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Do you think that the environmental attribute being detached from one fuel type and reattached to the same fuel type used in New Mexico decreases the carbon intensity of transportation fuel used in the state?
Generally, no, because it's a different fuel that's ultimately used in the state.
But you just agreed with me in the question before that that's the fuel that's used in the state. And if you'd like an
Objection?
example, we can use biomethane.
Well, I said that the definition of environmental attribute meant that says in the proposal that they're detached. Then you separately asked if I thought that the fuel lowers the carbon intensity of the fuel used in the state. And to that, I would say no, because that fuel physically used in the state is fossil fuel.
Okay. Can you point to any scenario where no clean fuel rule provides greater reductions in greenhouse gases or co-pollutants than in a situation where there is a clean fuel program?
A real world example, like an actual clean fuel program?
Sure.
Or a hypothetical one? Because I could imagine a program that over rewards crediting for emissions that are not actually achieved. But I believe that to the most extent in the existing programs, the carbon intensity overall is reduced in those programs.
And one example of over rewarding crediting that you've shared that you think exists is book and claim, right?
The book and claim is about where fuels are used and what fuels are in the state. I would point more toward the ILUC example as over rewarding. I would say that the avoided methane crediting really depends on the parameters that are set up for how those are being evaluated. So it's possible that there could be emission reductions, but it's really dependent on a number of factors, including, for example, the baseline or the counterfactual assumptions that are made.
On a different topic, one of the proposals that you testified about and shared with us, and that is present in CCAE's red line, is about ZEV fuel credits. Do you recall that?
Yes.
In terms of understanding credit supply, would there be enough ZEV fuel credits without biofuels also generating credits, particularly given the way that your proposal treats electricity?
Sorry, are you referring to the infrastructure crediting specifically? Yes. And whether there would be, I'm not quite sure I understand, because in the infrastructure crediting, there's a cap on the number of credits that can be used for those that infrastructure. It's not it's not a requirement to use all of those credits.
So if you're talking about those credits being allowed for ZEV only, does that impact the credit supply that would be available under that proposal that the department has?
I have not done that evaluation.
And the last 3 questions that I have for you. These ones deal with GREET modeling. Would you agree that one matter the Environment Department and CCA agree on, putting aside the differences on the treatment of ILUC values, is the use of New Mexico specific GREET for carbon intensity modeling?
Absolutely, yes.
And your testimony highlights the importance of using GREET. Would you agree that GREET is a tool and not a plug and play answer for a new state program?
Yes.
Can you expand on why you think that's important?
I won't be able to point to exact things, but there's different characteristics. GREET is essentially like a database, and it has thousands of emission factors in it. And so understanding what different emission factors or production processes apply to New Mexico or any state specifically is very important. Applying grid specific factors for the state, for example, are important. So GREET is a great and comprehensive database that is widely used for life cycle assessment. In itself, it's not a singular methodology, and the other states have adapted them to better reflect the individual fuel pathway carbon intensity scores that would actually be relevant to each individual state. So I think that that would be equally important in New Mexico.
Speaking of other states and how they have handled using GREET, from a regulatory perspective, based on your experience with CARB, can you speak to the importance of the caveats, safeguards, and ongoing review for California GREET versus the research and development GREET that's put out by Argonne National Laboratory?
Yes, like I said, there's a number of factors within GREET that may not be applicable to a specific state, or there might be better information at a state or regional level that can be used in combination with the broader emission factors for well-known and kind of levelized production processes or average processes for well-known fuel productions, for example, like ethanol. You can come up with averages, and that is where GREET is useful. But there's a number of instances where there might be better data at a more local level. And so that ongoing assessment is important because not only does GREET get updated over time, so do those other factors. And so it's important that those are revisited every once in a while. Just like any science, things can improve or be better defined over time.
Thank you. And last question, the last words of a lawyer usually. As a prior regulator, would you agree that you understand the balances an agency has to make to develop a rule that meets the statutory directives and also considers the competing public interests with the need to have regulatory certainty in the end?
Absolutely. And I think that that's a lot of where I'm coming from in my recommendations to provide additional clarity and certainty in the regulations so that, from my experience, then staff have something to point to when questions come up, or there's ambiguity, or there's new things that staff could not have anticipated, that helps direct them to come to a resolution, and not everything has to be a drawn out or potential legal debate. So the more certainty is better. And of course, there's always going to be a balance between providing the best science, doing the best policy, and what other goals that the statute or the program needs to achieve.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lakowski.
Thank you, Ms. Sona. We'll turn now to the board. Member Ely, do you have questions of this panel?
ZEV is ZEV for zero emission vehicle.
Thank you. Ms. Ely.
Hi, Dr. Laskowski. Good afternoon. So you stated in your, I believe in your cross and in your testimony, that all the jurisdictions currently with the clean fuel standards have, I think, avoided methane emission credits available, but that there are more limitations in those programs than what's currently being proposed by the department. What are some of those limitations?
Yeah, so first I would say that the other jurisdictions are very specific about the pathways to which avoided methane can apply. There's no limits or specificity in the department's proposal, which means that potentially any pathway could come to staff and say, hey, I have a poultry farm in, Louisiana, and it's going to avoid nitrous dioxide or nitrous oxide emissions with a global warming potential of about 300. How do I calculate that and give me those credits? Well, then staff have to be able to say, well, that's allowed or it's not allowed. If it's allowed, then they have to come up with the counterfactual. They have to come up with how those avoided emissions can be calculated. So how do you decide what is the emissions that would have happened in absence of however these emissions are now being collected and used productively? That takes a long time to develop. In California, their avoided methane emissions came from another program, their Cap and Invest program. It was through a carbon emissions offset protocol that went through public review, board adoption, and was used for many years before it was used in the low carbon fuel standard program. And additionally, in the low carbon fuel standard program, more restrictions were put on, including how long this extra crediting could be used, how many years. Because it is such a generous bonus, there were limits put on how many years that extra crediting could be granted to the pathways. Now, those pathways can still get the crediting without the avoided emissions. They just are limited in that bonus crediting. There's not any of those kind of specificities in the proposal, and I can understand where staff would think that that's expeditious and they can figure this out later. From my experience, stakeholders will go to the regulation and say, hey, it doesn't say we can't do it. It doesn't say there are restrictions, and this other jurisdiction has restrictions. So by default, you meant to put no restrictions. So there's just a lot of potential for this concept to be used much more expansively in New Mexico than in other jurisdictions.
Thank you for that. And then in your opening summary of your testimony, you cautioned the department and the board to have a strong, consistent, and clear rule to prohibit loopholes in the rule that would be hard to retract later. What are some examples of what you saw those loopholes to be in other jurisdictions?
Yeah, so exactly like the avoided emissions. Even with specificity in California's regulation, I got numerous stakeholders trying to get avoided emissions from things other than methane, avoided emissions from things other than the dairy manure. But we could point to the regulation and say, well, we didn't put it in, and so it's not allowed. Other instances. Let me think. There's definitely plenty of loopholes that were created. I might need a minute to think about that. Yeah, I'll have to think about it a little bit.
That's all for my questions.
All right, thank you. Member Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer, and thank you, Dr. Laskowski, for your testimony. And also, I just want to say I'm very happy to hear there's going to be more discussion in the break before the rebuttal testimony. That's always something a board wants to hear, so that's good to hear. One of the things you mentioned in your testimony, Dr. Laskowski, was that at this time, I guess you're cautioning New Mexico about oversupply of credits, and you mentioned that California at this time has 7 times the credits of the deficit obligation, and that Washington has 10 times the deficit obligation that they need, 10 times the credit of the deficit obligation that they need. So in looking at the potential for credit oversupply, you're expressing a valid point that providing ample credits for certain fuels will make it difficult to restrict credits later if you have a problem with oversupply. And that's a very valid point. But if you start restricting credits for certain fuels now, how does that not go against technical neutrality? And I understand there's a little bit of different interpretation of that phrase, but I want to hear why that's not a problem with technical neutrality.
Well, I think that the recommendations that I laid out are aligned with my interpretation of technical neutrality. I think that the avoided methane crediting, for example, is favoring one technology over others. They're all biomethane capture facilities, but one is getting this kind of bonus crediting. So I think that my restrictions are cognizant of that technical neutrality construct, as in the way that I interpreted it. I also think it's easier to ease up on things than to restrict them later. And so there's always some limit in how far you go with crediting, where you build the box around what the boundary is for the life cycle assessment. This is where there's not one exact way to do it. There's commonalities, but it doesn't mean that other things don't also matter, like your ZEV goals or your zero emission vehicle goals, or environmental, like air quality benefits to the state. So if those are important, I would say that in my read, I think that those are legitimate additional concerns that could limit eligibility, that don't go against technical neutrality, because they are additional policy objectives that are within the purview of the program.
Thank you. And regarding book and claim issues, you mentioned that Washington, and maybe I have this out of context, but you mentioned Washington is now proposing to tighten its book and claim provisions. Could you expound on that a little bit? How are they doing that?
So for biomethane deliverability, they're first proposing to limit how long they credit projects for, and I believe that they're seeking to limit that extra crediting to 15 years. They also are proposing to have some deliverability requirements. So regardless of where the fuel is produced, the fuel producers have to be able to show that if it's coming through the North American pipeline, that there's at least 50% of the time that that gas flows to the state. So I don't believe that's a provision that's in their current regulation, but one that they want to add to ensure that there's at least a chance that those molecules are getting to the state. So those are a couple examples.
Okay. Thank you. And you suggested that book and claim may be out of compliance with the statute and could draw litigation. I guess your words were raise legal risks. And that was page 42 of your testimony. Has there been such legal challenges in other states?
Other states don't have the same language as the language of the requirement for the fuel to be used in state.
Okay. And finally, you mentioned in your testimony about pitfalls of allowing book and claim, and you mentioned that the tracking systems allow for loopholes and problems. Are you talking about the tracking systems that the regulated community uses? Are you talking about the database management system that New Mexico uses, or is it a little bit of both, that there's potential for fraud or problems with tracking?
Yes, so the data management system is, in my opinion, well, it's a similar system that's used across all of these types of programs. It's fairly good at tracking the fuel pathways, the credits, the trading of the credits, but for these environmental attributes, for the book and claim, they're captured within a single program, but the system, even though it's built similarly to the California system, they don't talk to each other. So trying to cross-check that the same fuel wasn't reported in both programs or wasn't reported also in another state for some other crediting, or so somewhere else. There's no centralized system. RECs are the closest we have because there are more established systems and for recording those transactions. There is a system for renewable thermal certificates. So for biomethane, there is one system. It's not as widely used. And California, for example, does not require that system. So anything that's in California would not be registered in that system. So there are ways to increase the assurance that there's not double counting, but that requires a way to check these things, that requires the third-party verifiers to be very well trained in it. And so it's a lot of due diligence, and it's something that if you don't need it in your program right away, it's an added risk, it's an added evaluation for the staff and the verifiers that might not be even necessary to meet your benchmarks. So that risk, is it worth it?
Okay, I understand. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you. Member Honker, do you have questions?
Thank you, Dr. Leskowski and Mr. Madsen, for your testimony, and I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. Member Bitzer on the platform, do you have questions of this panel?
Get the right buttons pushed there. Is this the panel that put up that cool little graphic the other day with the two cars, two sedans? One
Yes.
was electric and had this really high efficiency set of numbers, and the other one was an internal combustion engine and had actually, I was kind of surprised at how high those numbers were given how inefficient hauling a small power plant around would be. But is this that panel?
Yes,
Or
Member
did I
Bitzer.
lose
This
track?
was one of the slides in Mr. Madsen's PowerPoint.
That's it. That's where I want to take this question, because when I went to EIA.gov, they have a thing they call round trip efficiency. So you put a kilowatt hour worth of power into your battery and you get 82% of that power back. So it's I didn't think that was perhaps truly reflected in there. And then I'm looking at the generating costs from insideengineering.org. It says we lost 22 quadrillion BTUs from coal, natural gas, and nuclear and petroleum power plants. That's more than the energy in all the gasoline we use in a given year. Now, I realize that it's a lot larger than just transportation sector, but in other words, there's some inefficiencies built in. Obviously, a lot more efficient than hauling your own micro power plant around, but there's some inefficiencies there. And then I looked at long distance power lines, and those knock it down a few more percentage points depending on weather and distance and so forth. We don't have superconducting power lines yet, so you're losing some juice in that regard. So I was just wondering where that number, that data came from that made that ZEV so efficient.
Thanks for the question, Member Bitzer. One clarification about that figure that you're referring to. The efficiency factors in that figure are looking at from the fuel to the wheels. So in a combustion engine, from the gasoline tank to the wheels, or in an EV from the battery to the wheels. If you include the upstream parts of the equation, like the power generation and transmission, or the extraction and refining of the oil, you're right, there's some additional efficiencies that are in there. And I don't have the figure right in front of me, but I think, I could look it up. I could look it up specifically, but if I'm remembering off the top of my head, EVs are still like 3 or 4 times more efficient than a combustion vehicle, even if you're including all of the upstream steps for extracting the fuel and processing it and delivering it to the point where it goes into the battery or the gas tank.
Okay, well, if you have that number somewhere handy at some point, we can circle back around to it later. But I'm just curious where the figure came from, and that's all I have.
Thank you.
All right, Member Bitzer. Let's see, Member Trujillo on Vice Chair Trujillo on the platform. She may have stepped away. No? All right, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. I don't have any questions at this point.
All right. Anything further from a board member? No? Let's see, Ms. Lynch or Ms. Gerson?
I do have some redirect.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you, hearing examiner. We'll progress in the same fashion with my handling of redirect for Mr. Madsen, and then Ms. Gerson will take Cheryl Lekowski, Dr. Laskowski. Okay. Okay. Mr. Madsen, your direct testimony details broad support of these regulations and makes the following recommendations. The rule be strong from the beginning of the CTFP, including enforceability, that it reward efficient use of energy, and that it allow for inclusive market correction mechanisms, specifically when a surplus of credits could defer the functioning of a healthy market. Would you like to clarify any of your policy recommendations for the board at this time?
I suppose one thing that I was thinking of earlier in the testimony was my experience working on market-based climate policy. So I was a stakeholder working for a nonprofit organization in a program review for the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, which is a cap and invest policy in the U.S. Northeast in the power sector. So there's some important differences between that policy and this one. But one of the interesting things about that program review was that we started out with a relatively moderate program aimed at small emissions reductions, and we found out that it was easier and more affordable to reduce pollution from power plants than anyone expected when the policy was first designed. So we ended up in a situation where there were not enough demand for the emissions allowances in the program, and the price started to plummet, and then there was no investment in the efficiency and alternative power generation sources that we needed to progress further in decarbonizing the power sector. I think there's a similar issue at play here. I think that we're going to end up in a situation where it's easier and more cost effective to reduce pollution from the power sector than it might seem in the discussion we're having in the room right now. And I can see a future where there's too many credits, the price for the credits goes down too low, and then we're not getting as much progress as we could secure out of the policy. And that's one of the main things that I wanted to bring to this conversation here, was the idea that we can have a rule that protects consumers by having mechanisms to limit price spikes, but we also need to build into the rule a mechanism that protects the climate, that can bank progress that we make that might be faster than anyone expects. And that's kind of the place where I was coming from when I suggested that we needed to add to alter the deferment section to focus on consumer and climate protection, and then also to add a section to the rule to be able to more dynamically deal with a situation where maybe there's too many credits.
Thank you for that. I'd like now to ask you just a few specific questions. Do you remember the recommendations you made about transit agencies being allowed to participate as credit generators in this program?
Yes.
Like the utilities, transit agencies would be opt-in fuels, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. This rule would not regulate any of the transit agencies, just like it would not regulate the electric utilities. They could choose to participate if they want to, and if we build an effective incentive into the rule, I expect them to participate.
Is it required that all stakeholders affected by this policy, even opt-in fuels, participate in this rulemaking?
I'm not a lawyer, but I understand why the opt-in parties might not be here at the same level of participation as some of the deficit generating regulated parties would be.
Okay, thank you. Earlier, you were asked about the economic modeling of this rule. Are your recommendations specifically about credit supply based upon analysis of the models that NMED used in this proceeding?
I looked at the models to get a sense of what was happening, but I think my recommendations are more about managing risk. You know, I could see that NMED's model was aiming at showing conservatively the standard is achievable. There's sources of credits out there. The synergy with the New Mexico motor vehicle emission standards is important. There's sources of credits we know are coming. But then, like, what about the opposite scenario where maybe there's more credits than anticipated? I don't think that I need a model of what that potential is to see that there's a risk there that it would be prudent to manage.
Okay, so in your opinion, is a model necessarily needed for your recommendations that the market deferral mechanisms include a guardrail for credit oversupply?
No, I mean, no one can fully predict the future, but I think we need to be prepared for multiple eventualities, and that's the spirit in which my recommendations were offered.
Do you have any specific examples, perhaps from your previous work experience, where that you did of when market conditions or market correction was needed in the instance of credit oversupply?
Yeah, I already mentioned the regional greenhouse gas initiative example. I think also my experience in Colorado is relevant. We don't have a market-based transportation emissions reduction policy like this one, but we do have our the same policy as New Mexico's motor vehicle emission standards. And one thing I've been really blown away by in the last year or two is just how many electric vehicles there are on the road. We went from like under 10% market share to over like close to 25% market share in just a handful of months. And I think things are going to get a little bit rockier now that Congress has repealed the federal EV tax credit, but the technology is like really come a long way, and I think people are going to be surprised about how fast it expands. And that'll be a meaningful and significant source of credits, I believe, as the department's modeling suggests.
So on the tailwinds of your optimism, is it fair to say that New Mexico can and should learn from the recent adoptions in existing LCFS programs?
Yeah, and I think a lot of what we're discussing here gets to that. These programs have been around for a while, similar programs in different sectors of the economy. And I think there's some basic principles that we've learned about how to make them work well. One of which that I think about a lot is just making sure there's a good balance between credits and deficits and building mechanisms into the rule so that it can adjust itself dynamically, in a timely fashion without necessarily having to go through a big regulatory process. You can only do those so often before you run out of time and energy.
So would you say that this is true for advanced crediting? Why would New Mexico want to consider implementing advanced crediting now rather than later?
I think the function of advanced crediting would be to protect consumers against price spikes and to give players in the market more certainty that the standard's going to stay stable and functional over time. Like I said in my testimony, even having the option to suspend the standard in the rule might introduce some uncertainty in the market that it would be better if we didn't have.
Okay. The next few questions address climate change more broadly and various gases relating to climate change. While methane has a near-term potency in the atmosphere that multiplies the greenhouse gas effect that is greater than carbon dioxide's, can you explain why it is important now to reduce both greenhouse gases at this time?
Well, I think you just have to look at like where New Mexico's at in terms of emissions versus where we need to be to hit economy-wide decarbonization by 2050. There's just a long way to go, and any pollution we can reduce from any source is something that we need to look at doing as much as possible of. And I wouldn't say that this one regulation has to do all of that. Thinking about methane, for example, I think the board's adoption of the methane emissions reduction rule was a very, very important thing, not related to transportation fuel directly. And there's other opportunities like that that we need to be pursuing in parallel with this clean transportation fuel standard across all sectors of the economy. Looking at every source of climate pollution, there's really not any stone that I think we can leave unturned.
Greenhouse gases are global in nature. Would you agree?
Yes.
Is it important to address them at the local level, though?
Yes, I think there's important co-benefits that can come from actions to reduce emissions. I think about transportation fuel cost savings a lot. So there was a section on my testimony where I talked about how much a family could save by driving on electricity in Chavez County. And you know, it's like $1,000 a year per vehicle that a family could save on fuel alone, like the total cost of ownership of the vehicle. That's a lot of money when, like many New Mexicans are limited in their income. So to the extent that we're promoting solutions that not only reduce pollution, but offer co-benefits, whether it's strengthening our economy or helping people save money, I think it's important to pursue those.
Okay.
Would you wrap up, Ms. Lynch?
Oh, I need to wrap up.
Yeah.
Just two more questions. Can local reductions of greenhouse gas emissions be measured?
Yes.
Does measurement of greenhouse gas reductions typically occur at the local level?
Well, in New Mexico, I think it's some measurement and some modeling, but the state emissions, greenhouse gas emissions inventory, I think is a good example of how the state would track its progress towards achieving its goals. And that looks generally at emissions from the New Mexico economy within the borders of the state.
Thank you. Those are all my questions. Thank you, board.
Thank you. Ms. Gerson?
Good afternoon. Thank you. Before I begin redirect of Dr. Laskowski, I just want to double check that this isn't when you wanted to take a break, Madam Hearing Officer.
No, I think since you have just 10 minutes, we can wait.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Dr. Laskowski, I have a few questions about to follow up on topics that were addressed on cross and from the bench. To begin, do you recall getting a question from the board about loopholes that should be tightened now instead of later, and saying you might need to take a few minutes to think of examples?
Yes.
I was wondering if one such example might be booking claim for liquid fuels like renewable diesel, or if you'd thought of any other examples you wanted to highlight in the last 15 minutes.
Yes, other programs do not have liquid fuel booking claim, and that's definitely an area that I think has a potential to be used in ways where the crediting would go to out-of-state producers or and not deliver in-state benefits like air quality reductions to New Mexicans. And I did think of another example. It's a little bit technical, but one that I definitely spent a lot of time on, which was how a pathway can lower its carbon intensity score through different process energy approaches like book and claim or low CI or direct biomethane being used as a process energy. So an input into the fuel production, not the actual fuel itself. There's a lot of discussion about how that accounting happened in California, and over the years, there's been more and more guidance on how process energy is accounted for in the rule. It's technical, but it can be a significant credit generator, and the proposed rule seems very expansive in how it's allowed, even though, well, and other jurisdictions, they're pretty restrictive, and they've tightened down the rules a bit, or just defined how the process energy can be used, how different fuels can lower the process energy. So that's one that I wanted to mention, even though it's kind of in the weeds.
Thank you. Do you recall discussing with Mr. Muhlenberg that the California low carbon fuel standard was designed to ease compliance in the early years?
Yes.
Were you advising the board that taking a similar approach in New Mexico and reducing benchmarks slowly in the early years would still be a wise approach today?
No, in fact, I think the opposite is happening in the market that Mr. Madsen spoke to, and that we saw with Washington's program that just started 2 years ago. They had benchmarks that they thought were reasonable, but they quickly found that the credit price tanked because they saw a rapid influx of alternative fuels. So on one hand, that's great because you're getting more alternative fuels in the program earlier than expected. On the negative side, you're getting low credit prices. So those innovative fuels or sending that signal of market stability really isn't there. And that's where the market is today. There's a lot of alternative fuels. It's going to go to the markets where there's the best incentive. And so I don't see that case that existed in 2009 or 2011 in the early days of the program exists today.
Thank you. And do you recall discussing with Mr. Surias that it might be possible for certain methane capture projects to reduce methane emissions?
Yes.
Based on your review of the proposed rule in New Mexico, are you confident that the avoided emissions credits would go only to projects that provide real additional climate benefits?
No, and that's as I think I discussed at some point and maybe wasn't super clear on, there are very specific guidelines in other programs about what that baseline looks like to make sure that these projects are new and happening because of this program. And that isn't laid out explicitly in the proposal. And that speaks again to having more of that guidance in the actual regulation is really helpful for staff, for implementation, for project developers, for everyone involved. So, so I think that I would want to see more before I could answer that in a more complete way about real and additional reductions.
Let's see. You received some questions from Ms. Sona about whether or not eliminating book and claim would essentially mean no opportunity for out-of-state biomethane to participate in the program. Do you recall that conversation?
Yes.
And in addition to the opportunities potentially for delivery via pipeline that flows into the state, are there additional opportunities under your proposal for biomethane produced out of state to participate when it's delivered in ways other than pipelines, such as by truck or rail?
Yes, absolutely. Biomethane is often trucked when there's not good pipeline connectivity, for example.
Thank you. And Do you have any final thoughts you'd like to share for the board, summarizing key points from your extensive testimony in this docket?
Yeah, again, I just wanted to thank everyone for taking or listening to the perspective from someone in California. Again, knowing that California is very different and also allowing me to join remotely. It's been really great to be able to do that. So thank you. And I just want to reiterate again that I bring my experience as, having a staff of 25 to 30 people and still having meetings all day with stakeholders on regulatory interpretation, on enforcement, on how to implement the regulation effectively. And so, starting with a really clear, defined program as much as possible. You can't hit every point, but putting as much in the regulation as possible, being clear on, trying to maximize the benefits to New Mexicans, and really trying to incentivize that in-state economic benefit is just really important, not only from that staff implementation perspective, but from a political perspective and a public support perspective. So I think that my recommendations get to that in addition to the other things that I felt were important, like making sure that we're only crediting real reductions, but I think that they're all important, and that's really what my goal was, is ease of implementation, clear guidance to staff and stakeholders, and not overpaying for things that might not really be reducing emissions in the way that they might be credited.
Thank you. That concludes my redirect of Dr. Laskowski.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Gerson. Thank you, Dr. Laskowski, Mr. Madsen, Ms. Lynch. Let's come back a minute after 3, please. No, thank you. Let's come back from the break, please. I see Ms. Sona at the podium.
Madam Hearing Officer, I wanted to check with you. I had made my oral motion regarding Dr. Lakowski's testimony and just wanted to know at what point you would like to address that.
I think we're going to find ourselves with some time, right? In particular, between now and rebuttal, for example, it might be something that would be helpful to even just put briefly into writing, or to choose a point in time that's not spontaneous to have that discussion. So let's get through today and potentially tomorrow, and then discuss when we can do that.
Okay, and then my other question for you was when we had discussed on Friday sort of what was remaining, I'm not sure if we addressed and included in time considerations for today the Coalition for Renewable Natural Gas and their opening statement. And so I wasn't sure where Mr. Maxwell and that party would fit in terms of today and tomorrow.
Alrighty, so I did ask, Pam and Luis and I communicate during hearings via text. So, for example, Vice Chair Trujillo was on the platform listening, didn't have any questions for the last panel. I neglected to say that. I did, before we broke, ask Pam to reach out to Mr. Maxwell, because in kind of the ordinary order, he would in fact make his opening statement next. But she did not have a response from him. Let me ask Mr. Maxwell, are you on the platform, and would you like to make your opening statement now? We can certainly do it later if you'd like.
I can make my opening statement at your pleasure. Just let me know.
All right. So, Mr. Molenberg, I'd like to take Mr. Maxwell's opening statement, and then we'll go to you. All right. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Maxwell.
Hello. Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Nicholas Ray Maxwell of Lee County in southeast New Mexico, and today I argue in opposition to the petition before you to adopt the Clean Transportation Fuel Program. The concerns I bring are not abstract. They are grounded in the lived realities of New Mexicans, and they mirror the bipartisan warnings voiced repeatedly in our legislature. This proposal is economically unsound. We have seen in California what such schemes truly mean for consumers. Higher costs at the pump, higher costs for essential goods, and heavier burdens on families already strained by inflation. Independent projections show gasoline prices rising by 37 to 85 cents per gallon under comparable programs. These costs are not borne by oil companies. They are borne by ordinary New Mexicans trying to get to work, take their children to school, and put food on the table. Equally troubling is the premise that a state of just over 2 million people can meaningfully alter global climate outcomes by imposing this costly regulatory scheme. The hardship inflicted on families in Hobbs, Gallup, or Espanola will not measurably change global precipitation levels or temperatures. Yet, those hardships will be real, immediate, and unavoidable. The program is also flawed in design. California's experience proves that credit trading markets invite distortion and unintended consequences. Billions there have been siphoned into subsidizing fuels of questionable environmental value, corn ethanol and cow manure biofuels, which capture 80% of program credits. New Mexico risks repeating the same mistakes, creating a government-mandated marketplace that favors winners and losers, not by climate benefit, but by regulatory artifice. My opposition is based on clear evidence from the California experience that a government-driven regulatory framework is simply incapable of unsuccessfully creating and managing a credit marketplace due to the inevitability of the law of unintended consequences, which will negatively impact any well-intended goals or mechanisms. Finally, let's recognize what the legislature itself has already told us. Twice in recent years, proposals to authorize this program faced strong bipartisan resistance. In 2022, it died on the House floor in a tie vote. In 2024, it passed by the narrowest of margins, with 8 Democrats joining Republicans in opposition. That record speaks volumes. The people of New Mexico, through their elected representatives, have not given broad or clear consent for this program. In light of these realities, economic harm, questionable environmental benefit, market distortion, and the lack of popular mandate, I respectfully urge the board to reject this petition. To do otherwise would be to substitute regulatory ambition for common sense, at great cost to the people of New Mexico. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maxwell. We'll turn now to Namoga, Mr. Molenberg, and I believe you must be Dr. Schubert. Thank you. Would you spell your first and last name for the transcript?
Yes, it's Adam Schubert, ADAMSCHUBERT.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mullenberg.
And Madam Hearing Officer, I apologize. This is Jessica Nixon. Pursuant to your rulings on NMED's various motions to exclude, we would request the opportunity to voir dire Dr. Schubert regarding his qualifications to offer expert testimony, the perceived bias of his testimony, and the unreliability of the proposed testimony before he begins his testimony in this matter. This request is pursuant to your oral rulings on the motions, which specifically provided the department with the procedural protection of voir dire at the time of each witness's respective testimony.
All right, Mr. Mullenberg, would you like to explore Dr. Schubert's qualifications before we go to voir dire?
Yes, Madam Hearing Officer, I would. Let me go through the, the basics, and then we'll see what's left for voir dire.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer, and thank you and the board and council for agreeing to take this witness out of order. We're happy to present him at this point in the hearing and hopefully make good use of our time. Good afternoon, Dr. Schubert.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Let me start with some basic questions. Where are you employed?
I am an independent consultant who is engaged by Stillwater Associates.
Thank you. And what is your current role with Stillwater Associates?
I am a senior associate with Stillwater.
What are your job responsibilities or work responsibilities with Stillwater?
I advise our clients on matters relating primarily to low carbon fuels and other transportation fuel markets. Our client base includes government agencies, renewable and petroleum fuel producers, trade associations for those industries, transportation companies, law firms, investment companies.
Thank you. And could you elaborate a little bit on just what kind of analysis, reporting, and such that you do in the course of this kind of work?
Yes, we do both proprietary studies for our clients, and we also have subscription products. In the realm of the proprietary studies, we are generally advising our clients on matters of what are the regulations and what do they require, what do we see coming down the pipe as regard to new or modified regulations, and help them identify what they need to do to comply, or where there are opportunities for them to invest in order to help deliver the benefits of those regulations.
Thank you. And is what you just said, is that specific to low carbon fuel standards and similar programs? Or is there some particular type of market analysis or other type of work you do with regard to low carbon fuel standards?
I advise, overall on transportation fuels, but most of my practice in recent years has been with regard to low carbon fuel standards, as well as federal renewable fuel standards and federal tax credits. That's where much of the energy and development is in the transportation fuel markets these days.
Okay. Have you had prior positions with other entities relating to work in the low carbon fuel standards programs and industry?
Yes. So prior to joining Stillwater 7 years ago, I spent 33 years in the petroleum industry with ARCO and BP after BP acquired ARCO. The first half of that time approximately was in petroleum refining industry, where I served in a variety of technical and commercial roles, many of which involved fuel quality, development of fuel regulations and strategy for compliance with those, and the evaluation and building the business cases for investments that were needed both for profit-making opportunities and to achieve regulatory requirements. During the second half of my career was largely focused on BP's biofuels business, I was part of the team that created the business, developed the business case for substantial investments that BP made in the biofuel space, and serving as strategy and regulatory affairs manager for Butamax Advanced Biofuels, a joint venture of BP and DuPont.
Thank you. And in the course of your work regarding
Can you get a little closer to the microphone? Start your question, please.
certainly. Okay. Sorry. How's this? Picking up? Great. Dr. Schubert, you mentioned work in the biofuels industry. In the course of that work, did that cause you to look at low carbon fuel standards, rule programs in particular, and credit markets relating to those programs?
Yes, it did. And that was an important part of the value proposition for which we were aiming to develop new biofuels technology. So understanding what regulations and opportunities were in different market segments and different states was a key part in us developing our strategy for how we would introduce the product and where we would be able to initially make money in developing that technology and pay out our investment.
Thank you. And could you describe for the board your educational background?
Yes. I have a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry from Illinois Institute of Technology, a PhD in Chemistry from Michigan State University, and a Master's of Business Administration from the University of California, Irvine.
Thank you. Madam Hearing Officer, we'll make the witness available for voir dire.
Thank you very much, Mr. Molenberg. Ms. Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Good afternoon, Dr. Schubert.
Good afternoon.
My name is Jessica Nixon, and I am one of the attorneys for the New Mexico Environment Department in this rulemaking proceeding. You just explained your educational background to counsel for NMOGA, and one of the things you mentioned was that you have an MBA, and your MBA is in general business, not in energy economics, infrastructure planning, or public policy. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And your educational background does not include any degrees or other credentials in economics, correct?
That's also correct.
And you have not published any peer-reviewed articles on fuel markets, carbon intensity, or decarbonization programs, have you?
The nature of my employment meant that all of my work was proprietary to my employer or my clients.
And so that means they were not peer-reviewed.
That's correct.
Thank you. And you have not taught at a university in the fields of energy policy, economics, or environmental sciences?
No.
Dr. Schubert, you're not an economist, are you?
I've never claimed to be.
And I believe you covered this, but I just want to make sure. While earning your MBA, you began your career at BP and ARCO, correct?
That is correct.
And in earning your MBA, you learned how to manage and lead a business, which you then put into practice in your career.
Yes.
Your experience at BP and ARCO was in product management and regulatory affairs. Is that correct?
And market development, which involved analyzing regulations which have a key impact on businesses that we were involved with.
And I believe I understood your testimony with Mr. Molenberg was the purpose of that was to help your clients evaluate how to make money from those types of investments, correct?
It was, yeah, it is to understand the economics behind those investments, cash flows over time, the sensitivities to various unknowns. In other words, model the economics of the proposed projects to determine whether or not they were economically viable.
So that your clients could make money.
That's what I was paid for, yes.
Fair enough. And in your joint venture with BP for Butamax Butamax Fuels.
Butamax.
There you go. Thank you. Your focus was on that corporate investment and advocating for that company. Is that correct?
Yes.
And your resume specifically identifies that your role at BP with that joint venture was to, quote, represent Butamax in the U.S. policy arena, end quote, and included, quote, advocating policies which will facilitate its biofuel introduction into the U.S. fuels market. Correct?
That's correct.
So this means that you acted as a corporate advocate for BP's interests rather than a neutral regulator or independent researcher.
That is correct.
And your career focus has been advancing those industry interests, not independent research, correct?
That's correct.
Dr. Schubert, in your list of experience with that joint venture, you described that you, quote, served as an expert witness in intellectual property litigation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yet on page 4 of your direct testimony to this board, which was filed on September 2nd, you state that you have not previously testified as an expert witness, correct?
I was deposed as an expert witness in patent litigation. I have not testified before in a court or before a hearing such as this.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. You have not been involved in drafting regulations for California, Oregon, or Washington, have you?
I have not. I have helped our clients develop comments in response to regulations.
But as you just stated, you did not testify or otherwise participate in those rulemakings.
That is correct.
And Dr. Schubert, you've never worked for a government agency responsible for regulating fuels or emissions, have you?
No.
So, Dr. Schubert, do you have any government clients on low carbon fuel standards presently?
My clients are confidential. We have worked with government agencies in helping them to understand low carbon fuel standards.
So you do have government clients?
I don't have one at the current moment.
And your only involvement with these types of regulations has been advising clients about how to respond to and potentially comply with these regulations. Is that correct?
Yes.
Dr. Schubert, is it fair to say that you are being compensated for your work in this case?
Yes, it is.
And your firm, Stillwater Associates, is being directly compensated by API and NMOGA, correct?
That's correct.
And your proposed testimony to this board is based on the report which you, in part, authored, correct?
That's correct.
And the report states that it was, quote, prepared solely for the benefit of NMOGA and API and no other party, correct?
Yes.
The report even disclaims any implied warranty of merchantability or fitness for other purposes, correct?
That is the standard language that we use on all of our reports.
So it's fair to say that's included in this report?
That is printed in the report, yes.
Thank you, sir. So this report was not prepared to assist the board in its evaluation of the CTFP rule presented by NMAD, was it?
It was prepared with the understanding with my client that this is how they would be using it.
But it was not specifically prepared to assist the board. It was prepared to assist NMOGA and API.
Yes.
Thank you. And API and NMOGA are trade associations that advocate on behalf of the oil and gas industry. Is that your understanding?
Yes, it is.
So is it fair to say that your consulting work, including the work you've done for API and NMOGA here, is primarily aligned with the petroleum and fuels industries?
I would advise you to actually read my report and see how it evaluates the opportunities and challenges that are created by the proposed CTFP regulations. And I think you'd find that it is not a one-sided, cheerleading for the oil and gas industry.
Dr. Schubert, my question was just a little bit different. Your consulting work has been primarily aligned with those industries. Is that fair?
No, it is not.
Your testimony just a few moments ago was that you have primarily represented the oil and gas industry throughout your career, whether it was at BP and ARCO or now in your consulting capacity.
In my role with Stillwater, my clients include renewable fuel producers and their trade associations, as I previously stated. It includes government agencies. It includes firms that are looking to invest in the renewable and low carbon fuels industry. It is not exclusively petroleum related.
That's a fair clarification. Thank you. So it's fair to say, nonetheless, with that portfolio of clients that you've just described, your work, just like your prior advocacy at BP, was designed and is designed to advance the commercial interest of your clients rather than provide an independent, neutral assessment.
That is correct.
The report that you authored for API and NMOGA is not published in any peer review journal.
No.
And no independent economist has reviewed or validated your purported modeling, correct?
My modeling.
So no economist has reviewed that?
That is correct.
No economist has validated that?
No.
Many of the sources that you cite in the report are other Stillwater Associates publications, correct?
There are several citations of other Stillwater publications, yes.
So your work here relies on proprietary methods developed by your own firm rather than peer-reviewed, generally accepted models.
Yes.
And the analysis of your report focuses only on the potential costs of compliance, correct?
Madam Hearing Officer.
Mr. Mullenberg.
I have to object to this question. We're now getting into areas that go far beyond the competence of this witness. I think that's been thoroughly examined by these questions.
Yeah, Ms. Nixon, I think you might be blurring the line here between voir dire and cross-examination.
Madam Hearing Officer, I respect your decision. I would just point out that the regulations do instruct that testimony and evidence presented here should ensure that what is presented to this board is fair and impartial. And these questions go directly to the heart of the impartiality argument that's been raised by NMED.
All right, I understand. You've been going more than 10 minutes. Do you have much more here?
I don't have much more. I would say I have less than 5 minutes.
All right, you can keep going. Just review your questions as to whether they would be more suitable for cross.
Because the methods that you have used, Dr. Schubert, are proprietary in nature, others cannot reproduce or independently verify the results of the Stillwater Associates analysis that was conducted for the benefit of API and NMOGA, correct?
I suspect that people could. I've described what I've done, and I suspect other people who have experience in this area of regulation and industry could reproduce my findings.
Are all of the elements that you and assumptions that you have made for the Stillwater analysis included in your report?
I believe so.
What is proprietary about the report then?
I don't believe there's anything proprietary in this particular report.
That's all the questions I have for voir dire, Madam Hearing Officer. And again, on behalf of NMED, we would request that Dr. Schubert's testimony be excluded from the admission of evidence in these proceedings. As demonstrated by the voir dire testimony, Dr. Schubert lacks the necessary qualifications to offer competent expert testimony in this matter. Furthermore, the testimony elicited during voir dire demonstrates that Dr. Schubert's proposed testimony is biased, unhelpful for the board, and based upon a less than reliable methodology. Madam Hearing Officer, the exclusion of this testimony is proper pursuant to your regulatory directive to ensure efficient, fair, and impartial consideration of the issues as set forth in 20.1.1.107B NMAC. Furthermore, Section Rule 20.1.401B expressly provides a mechanism for exclusion of incompetent evidence, such as the testimony of Dr. Schubert. For these reasons, along with those set forth in more detail in NMED's motion to exclude NMOGA and API's Exhibit Number 8, the direct testimony of Adam Schubert, we request that this witness be precluded from offering testimony in this matter. Such exclusion is necessary and proper to ensure impartial consideration of the issues with only reliable and relevant evidence presented by qualified witnesses.
All right, thank you, Ms. Nixon. Mr. Mullenberg?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. First of all, this issue was raised in the department's motion, to which NMOGA and API has responded and to which you've already denied. The second point I would get to is the point of impartiality and bias. Given the nature of these proceedings, it's natural for parties to advocate and to present witnesses who've been involved in that advocacy. That's a natural part of rulemaking procedures, and if that was a standard for exclusion of witnesses, there might be few in this proceeding so far who could have testified. The primary point is the competence of this witness, and I think he's made it clear that he has years of experience, very relevant to life cycle fuel standards, the analysis of regulations, comments on regulations, market analysis, and an abundant amount of experience that makes him fully competent. And again, in these proceedings, I do not recall using a Dalbert type standard for expert witnesses. Again, the point is simply competence. I would also add, if you review the Stillwater report, to which Dr. Schubert will testify, it's full of facts and figures and just a ton of information that's relevant to the board's consideration in this matter, all of which is very well documented as to sources and the like. So we would most definitely oppose the exclusion of Dr. Schubert's testimony and the report as well, if the motion goes to that.
All right, yeah, thank you, Mr. Mullenberg. So I'm not going to grant the motion. I did review Exhibit 8, which is Dr. Schubert's testimony, 9, which is the Stillwater report, I believe you're referring to, and 10, which is his resume. Let me invite you, Ms. Nixon, and anyone else who would like to offer continuing challenges to Dr. Schubert's testimony, to say in your closing argument and proposed findings why, continue pressing this point if you'd like, why his testimony around some particular aspect of economic analysis should not be relied upon by this board. I think that's probably the way that's going to be easiest for us to evaluate those proposed findings at the end. But thank you.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Understood.
All right, so Mr. Mullenberg, it's 3:33 and you're 5 minutes into your 30.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Dr. Schubert, is NMOGA API Exhibit 8 a copy of your direct written testimony in this matter?
Yes.
And do you adopt that written testimony as your own for purposes of this hearing?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your direct written testimony?
No.
Okay. And you are familiar, are you not, with NMOGA API Exhibit 9, which is a copy of a report authored by you and others at your employer, Stillwater.
Yes.
And I believe the title of that report is New Mexico Clean Transportation Fuel Program Analysis.
Yes.
And when you prepared your direct written testimony, was that based on the May 2025 petition version of the CTFP rule as proposed by NMED?
Yes, it was.
Dr. Schubert, have you prepared a summary of your direct written testimony to deliver today?
Yes, I have.
Would you please proceed with your presentation?
Thank you. Madam Hearing Officer, Madam Chairman, members, thank you again for the opportunity to testify today. We have the next slide, please. And the next one, please. And we've already discussed who Stillwater Associates is and who my clients are, so we can go to the next one to keep things moving here. So figure on your left there is a comparison of the rates of CI reduction of the different low carbon fuel programs, California, Oregon, Washington, with New Mexico in yellow. Put them side by side in order to provide a perspective on what is being attempted here in New Mexico, everybody starting in year one. For a point of comparison, I highlight the current benchmarks in each of the three existing programs. Washington is at 2% in year 4. Oregon is at 10% reduction in year 11 of their program, and California, as of July 1st, is at a 22.75% reduction in year 16 of their program. Clearly what stands out here is New Mexico, as directed by the legislature, has an initial phase of the program that moves much faster than any of the other programs have. What's very important about the first few years of the program especially is that they are reliant on almost entirely on the vehicles that are already on the road in New Mexico. And with this proposed rapid pace of CI reductions in the early years, it will make it very difficult for regulated parties to build up a credit bank, as it were. And I think other folks have testified before this hearing the importance of a credit bank as a tool to protect the market against price spikes and assure smooth operation of the standard. Because the first years depend on the vehicles that are currently on the road, the main credit generating fuels during those early years will be ethanol, biodiesel, probably some renewable diesel, as those represent the great majority of vehicles. And those are the same fuels, particularly the low carbon versions of those fuels that are currently in high demand in the other LCF states. Further, New Mexico will rapidly need to put in additional infrastructure to allow increased distribution of those fuels to the market above its historical rate of use. And our full report details those required investments in a fairly significant amount of detail. So with that, and go to my next slide, please. Next point I'd like to bring up is the difference between the current vehicle fleet in New Mexico with the other states. And fortunately, 2023 is the most recent year which has the comparable data available from the Alternative Fuels Data Center at DOE. And clearly the numbers of EVs and plug hybrids have increased since this, but they remain a small piece of the market in all of the states, with California being having the highest penetration in the US, and Washington, I believe, is second, and New Mexico has far fewer along with far fewer charging facilities in place, both in terms of per capita and per square mile of the state. Additionally, point out that the average vehicle age in New Mexico is older than in the rest of the U.S. by a small amount, and assuming that remains the fact going forward, it means that New Mexico is likely to experience a slower fleet transition than other states have experienced. And lastly, in the last few months, there's been significant changes, unfavorable changes in federal policy support for EVs. And this become all very important for regulated parties, in particular, fuel providers, because they don't get to choose which vehicles that consumers in this state drive. They have to provide the fuel for the fleet that is already on the road and will be on the road each year of the program, and need to be able to comply with the regulations as they will be put into effect with whatever that fleet is. Next slide, please. So my chart on the left is not intended to be a prediction or an optimization. It is not, and I don't claim that this has been rigorously modeled like NMED has done their model. It is an illustration, given the large range in the uncertainties in what the federal policy landscape is going to be, how New Mexico consumers will respond in terms of their pace and types of vehicle purchases. It's an illustration of how the market could evolve, and is intentionally an extreme case. I will say that 70% RD is what California has, and it's roughly in its diesel pool today. The rate of EV penetration that I used here comes from the 2023 version of the EIA's annual energy outlook. I chose that because that was the last version created before the incentives of the Inflation Reduction Act were incorporated into their modeling. Realistically, I don't expect EV penetration to go that slow, and even that is a tenfold increase over the time frame illustrated, given the pace of development of EVs and so forth. But it does say that even in this very extreme case, one that I'm not predicting, industry still can comply, provided that infrastructure is in place, and that speaks to the power of a clean technology fuel program for adapting to whatever mix of vehicles are on the road. It's a very flexible program, but it does need the regulations to be written in order to allow that flexibility to be utilized. Renewable diesel is something I focus on quite a bit, and there's a reason for that is the ethanol content of gasoline is largely fixed. The biodiesel content of diesel fuel is effectively limited at 20%. Renewable diesel is the one fuel that refiners and other fuel providers can vary in their product slate to increase their CI reductions in the near term. And that's why in California, Oregon, Washington, British Columbia, that is the most important swing fuel and would be classified generally as a price setting mechanism in those markets. And we would expect that to also be the case in New Mexico going forward. Next slide, please. Compliance costs are actually quite simple math. It's a product of the number of deficits per gallon multiplied by whatever the credit price will be. Number of deficits per gallon is something that I think everybody who does this math would come up with the same answer. It's very well prescribed by the regulations, with parameters that are provided in the tables of the regulations. We can all agree on that. The price is the uncertainty, and that depends on many factors. I've chosen not to try to provide a prediction for the price because there are so many uncertainties with respect to the rate of EV penetration, with the federal regulations affecting not only EVs but also future pace of the renewable fuel standard and 45Z tax credit, future prices of commodities, what happens with crude price, what happens with soybean prices, and so on and so forth. I think I'd be giving a false impression in order to predict this. And this is coming from somebody who one of my jobs with Stillwater is to produce our credit price outlooks for other low carbon fuel standard programs. I just, I don't believe it would be useful for me to make that calculation in this context. What I have chosen to do is set a couple prices that the market has seen in reality in California. A recent credit price which was current on the date that I wrote this slide a couple weeks or so ago, in time for the deadline for this hearing, and the all-time high California LCFS credit price. And that gives you a sense of what that turns into in terms of cents per gallon of gasoline or diesel. And that's in my experience is how the market, how consumers, how market participants think of how the standard impacts them. And so I think it's important to look at it in those units. I would note that my low end price of $57.50 is actually below what NMED forecasts for 2030 by a little bit. But this is what the next point I'd like to make on this slide is that I'm not predicting that all of this will be borne by consumers. I believe Mr. Ford in his written testimony does a great job of highlighting all the research that's been done in terms of cost pass through. What I would like to add to that is that rather than assuming that picking 50% because we know it's not going to be 0% and it's not going to be 100%, to think about it in more detail and what it really means. When the per gallon cost is low compared to fuel providers' profit margins, there's a possibility that they can absorb it. When it gets high, they can't absorb it. They can't stay in business if the cost of compliance exceeds their profit margins. So and even when they do absorb it, it doesn't mean that that cost goes away. It means that those fuel providers have to save money in other aspects of their business. That could be reduce employment, reduce investment, or a choice to withdraw from parts of the market, leaving consumers with fewer choices. Well, and another last comment on this slide is that all of this is on a premise that we're only looking at the four states, and I'd observe that within this year's legislative sessions there were similar programs. You had bills dropped in about half a dozen state legislatures, and the proposal in New York passed their state assembly for the second year in a row. So prospect of additional programs coming in and competing for these fuels is a real possibility. Next slide, please, and that'll be my closing summary. So in summary, New Mexico is attempting to accomplish a more rapid decarbonization of transportation than any other state has, while starting with fewer EVs and less infrastructure. Keep your eyes on renewable diesel because that's going to be what the market we would expect to use to balance their requirements in order for fuel providers to meet their requirements, particularly in the near term and likely growing over the long term. But the availability of renewable diesel is constrained, particularly low carbon versions, because it's also being used for the very same purpose in California, Oregon, Washington, and Canada. Overall costs will be set by competition with these other markets or the finite supplies of lower CI fuels. In terms of recommendations, a more gradual startup pace would enable obligated parties to build the credit bank that's needed to produce a liquid credit market and reduce the risk of price spikes, particularly early in the program when everybody's trying to get their legs under them and getting all systems up and going and complying. We also are concerned about the holding limits provisions, which have not been a feature of any other state programs that I'm aware of. So we guys go with caution there. Project credits are potentially an important source of additional carbon credits, representing real, verifiable, and additional greenhouse gas reductions that can be an important part of helping to achieve these challenging standards. And lastly, the program will inevitably hit some speed bumps and potholes on its way to implementation. Other states have proven this is a good, workable, reliable way to reduce greenhouse gases of transportation fuels, but there will be bumps along the way, as based on what we've seen in other states and with whatever aspects are unique to New Mexico. And so managing through those requires good, consistent communication with all the stakeholders in order to maintain confidence in the program and its implementation. And with that, I'd like to thank you for your attention, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Schubert.
I move for admission of NOGA API exhibits 8, 9, and 10. Sorry, exhibits 8, 9, and 10.
Let me pause for a moment in the event there are objections to exhibits 8, 9, and 10.
Madam Hearing Officer, on
Yes,
behalf of the New Mexico Environment Department, we would object to the inclusion of Exhibit 8 and Exhibit 9 from NMOGA and API for the reasons that we've previously discussed. And as it relates to Exhibit number 9, as described in the pre-hearing motion, along with the testimony elicited during the voir dire, this report lacks the necessary reliability and credibility to be helpful to the board for purposes of this rulemaking, and therefore we request that it be excluded.
All right, thank you. Any other objections? All right, the department's objection is overruled. Exhibits 8, 9, and 10 are admitted. Is Dr. Schubert ready to be questioned?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Yes, Dr. Schubert is now available for questioning.
All right, thank you. Mr. Noyes, would you like to begin with the questioning?
Yes.
Madam Hearing Officer, Madam Chair, and members of the board, Graham Noyes for the SAF Producer Group. May I proceed? Thank you. Dr. Schubert, nice to see you again.
Good to see you too.
Were you present for the testimony of Dr. Laskowski?
No, I was not.
Did you have the opportunity to review Dr. Laskowski's testimony?
Not in detail, no.
Were you present for the cross-examination of Dr. Laskowski that I did?
Yes, I did.
And did you gain an understanding through that discussion regarding the proposal to impose the Palm ILUC score across all virgin oils?
Yes, I do.
And what is your assessment of the impact of imposing the Palm ILUC scores on the all virgin oil based crops?
Madam Hearing Officer.
Molenberg.
I do object to this question as outside the scope of direct.
Yeah, Mr. Noyes, I don't remember Dr. Schubert addressing ILA.
With a couple more questions here, I was going to tie it into Dr. Schubert's testimony.
So where are you going?
What the impact would be on his market assessments to the extent that the renewable diesel and alternative jet fuel carbon intensity scores were increased by the amount that the POM approach would do.
Okay, so if he is not familiar with that, though, you may have to just ask him to assume that on your way to your real question.
Thank you. Dr. Schubert, assuming that all of the virgin oil-based diesel substitutes, that would be renewable diesel and biodiesel, were assigned the PALM ILUC score of 71. Do you understand how that would impact their carbon intensity scores?
I do.
And to the extent, and where would those ILUC scores, where would you anticipate the range of the biomass-based diesel fuels to be approximately in terms of carbon intensity score?
So, going from memory, the carbon intensity of soy-based biodiesel and renewable diesel is typically somewhere in the 50s. And so if I add 42 to that, that gets me up into the 90s.
And using that as an example, to what extent would you anticipate that renewable diesel suppliers would supply into the New Mexico marketplace?
I would expect it to be greatly reduced.
And to what extent would you anticipate that a substantial portion of the credits necessary for compliance with the New Mexico standard could be fulfilled by renewable diesel credits?
It would be greatly diminished.
And on a parallel line of questioning, do you understand the carbon intensity impact of not recognizing avoided methane emissions on the different renewable natural gas credit generating opportunities?
I do.
And in the event that avoided methane emissions were not recognized in the New Mexico program, would you anticipate that dairy digest RNG or landfill gas RNG would be imported into the state?
So, I would start my answer there by saying that I believe those fuels are already being supplied in the state in the absence of the CTFP, because we know that under the cellulosic biofuel credits under the federal renewable fuel standard means that virtually all the CNG provided across the U.S. is somewhere on the order of 98% RNG.
So from based on your testimony, Dr. Schubert, the primary impact of Dr. Laskowski's and CCAE's proposal would be to dramatically reduce the amount of renewable diesel and alternative jet fuel that would be supplied into New Mexico.
So I haven't testified with regards to alternative jet fuel or SAF. And that has not been part of my analysis.
So as to renewable diesel?
So with renewable diesel, if the CI for crop-based biofuels was to be increased as Dr. Laskowski has proposed, you would expect that much less of it would be supplied to the New Mexico market.
Thank you, Dr. Schubert. No further questions, Madam Hearing Officer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Noyes. Do we have Mr. Nasco with us? No. Mr. Duff, Mr. Smith, Mr. DeSalen, Ms. Lynch, or Ms. Gerson, do you have questions of Dr. Schubert?
Yes, CCAE has questions. We will start with Ms. Gerson.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Schubert.
Good afternoon.
So I guess let me start by introducing myself. My name is Sarah Gerson, and I am counsel for Coalition for Clean, Affordable Energy in this matter. And I had some questions prepared for you today about modeling you did to support what you referred to as the Stillwater report in your testimony. And I can give you a page cite to your testimony if necessary, but just to make sure we're on the same page, do you generally recall explaining that Stillwater created a model of New Mexico's annual fuel demands from 2023 through 2035? And the fuel mix required to meet the CI reduction benchmarks contained in the proposed regulations?
That sounds correct.
And you also state in your written testimony that the annual volumes modeled for each of these fuels are shown in figure 9 of the Stillwater report that is NMOGA/API Exhibit 9. Does that sound right? Should we go to
That sounds right, but I'd like to turn to the specific figures since I suspect you'll have more questions.
Okay.
Can you tell me what page that's on?
So that statement I just read to you is on page 18 of the testimony document, which is NMOGA/API Exhibit 8.
Okay. Okay, I'm on page 18 of Exhibit 8. Is that correct?
Yeah, thank you. And the sentence that starts on line 2 of that page reads, the annual volumes modeled for each of these fuels are shown in figure 9 of the Stillwater report, right?
Yes, I see that.
And now can we go to figure 9 in the Stillwater report?
Okay, and if you have the page number handy, that would help.
Sure, it's on page 19 of Exhibit 8.
I don't see that on page 19. I think it's late.
Oh, sorry, it's page 19 of the testimony document. But yeah, so if you could just stay in the Exhibit 8, page 19 has figure 9.
Okay, I am there.
Okay. So one area of confusion I would love your help clearing up. First, is this the same figure that was in the PowerPoint you just delivered in your direct presentation summary?
Substantially, I think I added a title, a word box to it in this PowerPoint.
Okay. And I think that you said that when you were giving your PowerPoint just now, that the figure you were presenting wasn't the result of a deep modeling exercise, but just kind of an illustrative example of an extreme scenario. Is that what you just testified?
I believe those are about my words.
So I was wondering how you could reconcile the characterization of this figure as not the result of modeling, but just an illustrative extreme scenario with how you seem to characterize this figure in your written testimony, where you present it as the annual volumes modeled for each of these fuels. And that's on page 18 of your written testimony.
So it is a modeled result in that it works through my spreadsheet calculating volumes, carbon intensities, CI reductions, and so forth along, as specified in the regulations. It is not an optimization, so I did not, and that is why I believe at any point represent this as being an optimum case for any particular set of inputs, but it is intended as an example of the range of fuel mixes that could potentially comply with the proposed schedule of CI reductions.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that clarification. I have several more questions that seek to get more information about the assumptions you used in that modeling exercise, and whether various factors were taken into account. Does that sound good?
Yes, and those assumptions are listed in Exhibit 9.
All right, thank you. Did your analysis take into account the opportunity for project credits for petroleum fuels?
It does not, because we don't have rules specified for how that would be occurred, so it's not possible for me to estimate the magnitude. Additionally, the goal of this exercise was to see, even in an extreme case where there were no project credits, can I still find a way that would comply with the regulations? And the answer is yes, I could. So if there were project credits, I'd probably use 1 or 2% less renewable diesel each year, a relatively small amount. I haven't done that analysis, but I wouldn't expect it to make a big change. But which is why I exclude, which is part of the reason for excluding it, is that it is helpful, but it is in working with the fat crayons that I was using here, so to speak.
Working with
Fat crayons. It's a technical term. So using the fairly coarse tools I was using here in order to represent the range of possibilities, it was well within the error of every other thing I assumed here.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Did the modeling exercise you conducted take into account the opportunity to generate fuel supply equipment credits?
No, it did not. For again, for the same reason, that would have just made the made compliance easier, and that wouldn't have been instructive for the purpose I was using here.
Okay. And did your modeling exercise account for the use of book and claim?
So I did not have any gaseous fuels in here, so book and claim with regard to CNG wouldn't be relevant in here, because the natural gas vehicle fleet in New Mexico is quite small. I did not consider it with respect to electricity, which was modeled, or liquid fuels, as once again, for the precision of this analysis, I don't think it would have made a huge difference.
Okay. And in this modeling exercise, did you assume that the board had accepted NMOGA's recommendation to eliminate energy economy ratios from the clean fuel program?
No, I did not.
Okay, so the modeling exercise does assume the continued use of what we refer to as EERs.
Yes. This model did my best to represent the May proposal put out by NMED.
Okay. Okay, so does that mean that you also didn't assume the board would adopt NMOGA's recommendations on changing the baseline or using the R&D GREET model?
No, I did not.
Okay. And what carbon intensity value did you assume for electric vehicles?
I use the carbon intensity reported for the New Mexico grid as reported in the 2024 R&D GREET model, and adjusted that for the 3.4 EER.
Okay. So did your modeling exercise account for the potential to use zero carbon intensity electricity via mechanisms like voluntary green tariffs?
No.
Okay. I also have more questions about the modeling exercise and the assumptions you use, but this time specifically related to your finding that from 2028 through 2035, available volumes of feedstock suitable for production of various renewable fuels are expected to be limited to 80 to 90% of combined demand of the 4 state low carbon fuel programs, plus biodiesel and bioheat mandates in other states. Do you recall stating that conclusion, or should I point you to that in your testimony so we're on the same page?
I stated that as an observation.
Okay.
That did not affect my calculations because New Mexico is less than 6% of the volume of those states, and trying to prorate that in would involve trying to figure out how the other states would comply in response, and so I decided to take that as being within the noise of the analysis that I performed.
Right. So shifting away from that figure we were looking at and trying to switch gears and understand how you made that observation. Can you tell me what the source of your assumptions were about the available volumes of feedstocks?
That is based on work that I do for, Stillwater publishes a global feedstock analysis, and so I have done I cite that in the report. That is a proprietary report, and I make that clear in the footnote, but I'm only using that in a qualitative sense of observing that there are concerns with the availability of sufficient feedstocks to provide this volume of fuels to the 4 states simultaneously.
Okay. So can you tell me what the source of your assumptions were for the combined demand of those 4 states, or is that proprietary also?
I don't have that information with me.
You don't know. Okay, if we can't drill down on that any further, then I believe we have reached the end of my questions for you. Thank you, Dr. Schubert.
Thank you, Ms. Gerson. Mr. Sorayas, do you have any questions of Dr. Schubert?
The Coalition for Renewable Natural Gas has no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lodell or Ms. Reno? Ms. Vercruz? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you at the podium.
That's okay. This is my first proceeding. May CCAE ask some additional questions?
So you're dividing your 30 minutes?
Yes.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Lodell.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Schubert. My name is Kara Lynch. I'm an attorney for the Coalition for Clean, Affordable Energy. Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you.
Thanks. I also wanted to go to the assumptions that you included in your testimony. What is the starting number of EVs from which you based your fuel mix assumptions?
So I use the numbers as reported by the DOE's Alternative Fuels Data Center for 2023.
And what are those numbers?
Excuse me, that is, I believe, in our report, so I'm turning to look for that.
Sir, do you know if there would be a registry that could be consulted for the use in New Mexico aside from the DOE's?
I chose to use the DOE data so I'd have comparable data to compare across the 4 states.
Okay. Would you accept it as true that as of today, there are 20,000 registered EVs in New Mexico?
That's the order of magnitude I would expect it to be.
Okay. And if you assume a 10-time increase in EVs as used in your analysis, what would that mean for the number of EVs in New Mexico?
So that was from 2023 to 2035. I believe my 2023 number was on the order of magnitude of 10,000. Since I haven't found it in the document yet, but I believe that's so a 10x increase would be around 100,000. I calculated that based on the rate of EV sales for the mountain region as projected by EIA in their 2023 annual energy outlook.
So you're saying a 10 times increase of 20,000 is equal to what?
No, it's a 10-time increase from roughly 10,000 in 2023.
Okay, so you used a 10,000 estimate as your assumption?
Or order of magnitude.
Okay, so your assumption was from earlier?
Yeah, yes, and that's the basis for the percentage distribution table that I did present in my slide.
Okay, thank you. Are you aware of the existing EV infrastructure in place in New Mexico right now?
I don't know the numbers for this year.
Have you consulted any maps that may portray the number of EV charging stations we have in our state?
No.
Okay, thank you. That's the conclusion of my questions for you. Thank you, hearing officer.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Lynch. Let's see, is Ms. Tremblay with us? Mr. Maxwell, do you have any questions of Dr. Schubert?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Mr. Weatherby with us? Mr. Weatherby, do you have any questions of Dr. Schubert?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Mr. Boutier or Mr. Harris with us? Thank you. Do we have Mr. Wexler or Ms. Olson with us? All right. We had Ms. Jones with us before. Let's see, or Mr. Tucker.
He has no questions.
Thank you very much. So we're to NMED.
Thank you, Board and Madam Hearing Officer. Good afternoon, Dr. Schubert. I may be your favorite person in the room, but I have just a few more questions.
Happy to help.
Thank you. The analysis in your report focuses only on the potential costs of compliance, correct?
That is what I report. That is not to say that we're not taking a position that there are no benefits. I did not attempt to quantify those benefits.
So then your report does not analyze or quantify the benefits of the CTFP, such as jobs, infrastructure investment, or public health impacts.
That is correct.
And you did not consider the social cost of carbon or environmental benefits in your analysis, correct?
That is correct.
So by defining the analysis so narrowly, the only result that your analysis can produce is a cost. Is that correct?
And that is one of the most important parts of understanding the impact of the regulation. I do not purport it to be a complete, story, but it is a very important piece, and that I believe I've provided here.
So are you testifying here today that the benefits of a CTFP program aren't equally as important?
No, I'm not testifying that. I'm saying that costs are important.
Benefits are also important.
Yes, they are.
And your analysis assumes that New Mexico in 2030 is comparable to California today, correct?
Could you define what you mean by comparable?
Your analysis suggests that New Mexico in 2030 will be like California is today.
Like California in what respect?
In terms of their energy grid and costs and just the fuel market in general.
No, I do not make that assumption.
Can you clarify that assumption for me?
Again,
Objection. He's just said he didn't make an assumption.
Right.
Okay. I'll move on. Dr. Schubert, you did not conduct any field research in New Mexico to validate your projections, did you?
Could you please clarify what you mean?
Yes, when you were making your projections that are included in the analysis of your Stillwater report, yes, you did not conduct any field research here in New Mexico.
Objection, ambiguous as to what field research means.
Yeah, just rephrase.
Did you conduct any research in New Mexico in order to make your projections?
Did I conduct research in New Mexico with respect to what parameters?
Any of your projections.
So are you asking me, did I come to New Mexico and count the number of EV chargers?
Let's start there.
I'm sorry?
I said, yes, let's start there.
No, I did not.
Any other types of field research on par with that in New Mexico?
Same objection.
I believe that he just,
Oh, I'm very sorry. Say it again, Ms. Nixon.
I was just going to say, I believe that he understood the question. He just gave an example of field research in New Mexico and answered the question.
Okay. So, Dr. Schubert, you understood the question?
I believe so. I relied on sources, such as Department of Energy, and which I cite in the book that I believe are reputable, and so I didn't think that there would be value added by me, driving across the state and increasing my carbon emissions in order to, count something that the government pays people to count.
Thank you, Dr. Schubert. May I please direct your attention to page 16 of your testimony?
Just a moment, please.
Specifically, I would like to draw your attention to line 11, where you state Stillwater's conservative assessment of the likely rate of EV penetration in New Mexico. Do you see where I'm at?
Yes, I do.
And when you call your assessment conservative, you mean that you assumed slower EV growth than what recent trends suggest. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And your testimony states that in 2023, EVs made up 0.5% of New Mexico's vehicle fleet. As of August 1st, 2025, that rate has grown to 1.2% of New Mexico's light duty fleet. Is this a growth rate that your analysis considers to be consistent with the rest of the Rocky Mountain region?
Objection, testimony not in evidence, I don't believe, as to the 1.2%. I don't know where that comes from.
Would you clarify, Ms. Nixon?
Sure. Dr. Schubert, do you have any reason to disagree with me if I told you that the growth rate for EVs in New Mexico's light duty fleet is now made up of, as of August 21st, 1.2%?
That's not a number that I was able to establish through my independent looking at through what reputable websites, so I can't independently confirm or deny that number.
Sure. So let's assume for purposes of this question that the EV penetration in New Mexico has grown to 1.2% as of August 1st, 2025. Is that growth rate from 2023 consistent with the rest of the Rocky Mountain region?
I don't know.
Okay. Dr. Schubert, are you aware of Part 305 in the revised proposed rule that's been presented by the department?
I would need to, refresh myself on that.
Okay. Do you have that there in your notebook?
I believe I do.
Okay.
So regulation is quite long, so it might take me a moment to find Part 305. 508.
While you're looking for that, I'm hoping that you can describe what occurs based on that section when electric service providers and vehicle manufacturers receive revenue from the sale of credits attributable to residential EV charging.
They are, my understanding of the regulations and the statute are that, as not an attorney, is that they are required to invest 100% of those proceeds, less administrative costs, in projects related to electrification, with further stipulation that 50% of those need to be invested in low income and disadvantaged communities.
Thank you, Dr. Schubert. So such mechanism, by requiring the expenditures of such funds on EV charging infrastructure, along with other cash on the hood rebates, would in effect incentivize and create increased rates of EV purchasing, correct?
I agree.
Dr. Schubert, what is the percentage of total credits in California and Washington that have been from renewable diesel for 23 and 24?
Don't know that off the top of my head, but for percentage of credits in the first quarter of 2025, I looked that up this morning, and it was somewhere around 35 or 38%, I believe.
And which state was that for?
I'm sorry.
Which state was the 35% for quarter one?
For California.
So given the dominance of renewable diesel in some of these other low carbon fuel programs, why do you believe that New Mexico cannot reach its reduction goals because it lacks charging infrastructure for EVs?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Sure. Given the dominance of renewable diesel in other low carbon fuel programs, why do you believe that New Mexico cannot reach its reduction goals because it lacks charging infrastructure for EVs?
I don't believe that that's linked to renewable diesel penetration. I don't understand how renewable diesel usage relates to investments in EV chargers.
Sure. My question is just a little bit different. Given the prevalence of renewable diesel credit generation in other programs, California's this year was 35%.
Yeah.
So given the prevalence of that renewable diesel for other low carbon fuel programs, why can't New Mexico achieve its carbon reduction goals just because it lacks EV infrastructure?
I don't say that. I say that even with a far lower rate of EVs than what NMED assumes, I say that they still can achieve those goals.
Did the analysis used in NMOGA and API's exhibit number 9, which is the report,
Yes.
did that use an EER or energy economy ratio for electricity?
Yes, it did.
And why did you use an EER in your analysis?
Because in doing my modeling, my goal was to analyze the regulations as proposed by NMED.
Dr. Schubert, I'd like for you to next turn to page 31. I'm sorry, I should clarify which document. Page 31 of exhibit number 9.
Okay, just a moment. So that's section 3.2.
That's correct. Do you see in paragraph 1 under section 3.2 where you indicate that, quote, the CI of electricity consumed by EVs is set at the grid average for New Mexico reported in the 2024 GREET model?
Yes.
In this analysis by Stillwater Associates, is that carbon intensity changed over time?
When doing this work, I only consulted the 2024 R&D GREET model. I didn't go back to look at prior models because I wanted to use the most recent value.
So in your analysis, is the carbon intensity adjusted over time at all?
Going forward, no, I haven't. And I expect that it will improve as New Mexico implements its clean portfolio standard.
That was going to be my next question. Are you aware of the New Mexico Renewable Portfolio Standard and Energy Transition Act? That's a mouthful.
Not by name, but in principle.
So is it fair to say that these policies require New Mexico utilities to substantially increase the proportion of renewable energy that they consume between now and 2040?
Yes, that is my understanding of the renewable portfolio standard.
Do you understand that New Mexico's RPS requires the state's largest utilities to achieve 80% renewable electricity by 2040?
Yes, I do.
but you still did not vary the CI used in the analysis for electricity over time, correct?
That is correct, and I was still able to show that the state was able to achieve the standard even if that improvement did not occur.
So is it fair to say that if New Mexico held at its grid CI at what is assumed in your analysis, then it would be out of compliance with the RPS throughout the course of your forecast?
That is what would be an implication of my model, and that was not my intention there. I was not attempting to analyze New Mexico's compliance with its RPS, only to look at what the worst case might be for compliance with the CFTP.
So based on that answer, then, it's fair to say that your analysis assumes a dirtier grid than what state law will actually require under the RPS?
That is correct.
Dr. Schubert, staying on page 31 of exhibit number 9, under your list of key implications, you state, quote, any future reductions of the CI in New Mexico's electricity grid or assignment of lower carbon electricity to the EV usage would reduce the amount of renewable diesel required, correct?
That is correct.
So from this statement, along with some of the earlier statements in the report, the Stillwater Associates report did not assume any incremental credits from the assignment of lower carbon electricity to EV usage, did it?
That is correct.
Dr. Schubert, are you broadly aware of the sources of credit generation in other states with programs that are analogous to the CTFP?
Yes.
And are there any states with similar policies to the CTFP where incremental electricity credits from assignment of lower carbon electricity represent a meaningful proportion of the overall credit generation?
I believe they are significant in each of the other 3 states.
Yet Stillwater Associates did not include those credit opportunities in its analysis, correct?
Again, I was trying to represent an extreme case to see if I could break the program, and the answer is I couldn't break it.
So your analysis ignores a source of credits that in other states accounts for a significant amount of EV compliance, correct?
That is correct.
Dr. Schubert, I would like to next ask you to turn to page 34 of exhibit number 9.
Yes.
Is it fair to say from this portion of the report, Stillwater Associates' lowest potential estimate for CTFP prices is $57.50 per metric ton?
That is, I chose 2 prices as an illustration for the purposes of assessing the order of magnitude. That is not a prediction of what the prices would be at any particular time. I did not attempt to do that prediction for reasons I discussed when I made my presentation.
But the lowest potential estimate you have for New Mexico CTFP is $57.50 per metric ton.
That's the lowest one I chose to use for illustration, and I note that that is lower than what NMED's model projects for 2020. Or 2030, I'm sorry.
I was going to say we're past 2020.
Yeah, I just jumped in my time machine for a moment.
No one wants to go back to 2020.
No, we don't.
Would you say that other states with similar policies like California, Oregon, and Washington face the same credit prices per metric ton?
They do not, because they have Washington and California also have cap and invest or cap and trade programs, which also create value for renewable diesel. That does, which, for instance, does not occur currently in Oregon and is not, to the best of my knowledge, part of the New Mexico program.
Do you know which of those 3 states have cheaper credit prices?
Washington does at the moment.
Does the state of Washington have credit banking in their clean transportation fuel standard?
Yes, it does.
Do you know generally what those credit prices are in Washington today?
As of Friday, it was $30.
So about $27.50 cheaper than the lowest projected price for New Mexico.
Today, with a scenario where their CI reduction is 2%, and they also have a cap and invest program that creates substantial, it adds about 50 cents a gallon to fossil diesel sold in the state. So there are additional factors other than their CFS.
So given that Washington's prices hover between $20 and $30 per credit for metric ton, why aren't regulated parties bidding up credits to bank for the inevitable rise in price that the Stillwater report forecasts?
Objection calls for speculation.
Yeah, Dr. Schubert, unless you can answer that without speculating.
I have no direct knowledge on that point.
I would like to direct your attention next to page 41 of exhibit number 9.
Yes. 49 of
41, I apologize.
Okay, I only have 35 pages here.
Oh, shoot. I think it's 41 in my electronic copy, so it must be 35.
Clearly, you're giving me too much credit.
It is page 35. I apologize.
35 is my last page, yes.
This, along with this last page of your report, and on page 1, this notes that the Clean Transportation Fuel Program will cost between 13.6 and 51.7 cents per gallon of gasoline and 14.7 to 55.9 cents per gallon of diesel in 2030, correct?
Based on the 2 price points that I chose for illustration and not for prediction.
And this high end of the price range is based on the California credit price of $218 per metric ton that occurred in February of 2020. Is that correct?
I believe that's the correct date.
Were you here or did you listen to the testimony of Dr. Murphy last week?
I did not have the opportunity to listen to it.
I will represent to you that Dr. Murphy testified that this price spike, so to speak, in California was due to uncertainty regarding future revisions to California's CI and fluctuations due to closures expected during the COVID-19 pandemic. Are there any other reasons that you can think of that explain why California's credit prices spiked around February 2020?
Well, yeah. So, firstly, I wouldn't characterize it as a spike. They had been rising for some time at a fairly steady pace up until COVID came along, and that was happening because there were quarterly net deficits in the program, and so parties were bidding up the credits that were available.
So the proposed revised rule that's before this board includes deferral mechanisms for use in circumstances as it's necessary.
Yes.
Do you think that the lower bound price estimate that you have for credits, based on today's credit price, is as probable as the high end, which presumes prices under a global pandemic?
So it was prior to a pandemic. In February, there wasn't, pandemic was in March. I know I was in Australia and had to turn around. Long story. But
maybe another day.
Yes. But, there were, prices had been rising for some time prior to there, as the program was incurring quarterly net deficits. And I believe that is the primary reason that prices are rising.
So is the spike in prices that occurred as the global pandemic was approaching the United States in February of 2020 as likely as those prices that are based on today's credit price?
I don't, over the course of 10 years, 12 years, 15 years, many things can happen in the market. I can't predict everything that will happen in the future. Perhaps your crystal ball is better than mine, but what I attempted to illustrate is prices that have been seen in the market to give a range of what could happen, and so that the board can assess what kinds of situations could they exist. And I characterize this as an all-time high, so I'm not saying that it is a likely or probable price. It is a price that the market has observed.
And your report does not take into account the weight of the differences in likelihood of the prices on each end of this range, does it?
No, it does not.
Dr. Schubert, you are aware that New Mexico has statutory CI reduction targets of 20% below the 2018 baseline by 2030, correct?
Yes.
And that the CI reduction target by 2040 is to be reduced by 40% below that 2018 baseline.
I believe it's 30% in 2040.
Right, I wrote the wrong number. Okay. But regardless, we are increasing incrementally.
I would say between 2030 and 2040, we're increasing incrementally. Between now and 2030, I wouldn't call it that incremental.
And those reduction targets are provided by statute.
Yes, and so I recognize that an NMED doesn't have a choice on those points.
Given the legislative targets, what recommendations would you propose to enable New Mexico to achieve its near-term CI reduction targets?
So, NMOGA and API have made proposals, and we'll have witnesses available to talk about those proposals later in the week. I did not cover those proposals in my testimony.
We'll save that question for later in the week then. Thank you. Dr. Schubert, I would like to next ask you to turn to page 16 of NMOGA and API's exhibit number 9.
Page 16, you said?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you calculated New Mexico CI based on its generation mix of 38% wind, 36% gas, 19% coal, and 7% solar?
So that mix, as I cite in a footnote there, is data from EIA for, I believe it's 2023, or the footnote would be correct there. That is not the data that was not the CI that was reported by in the R&D GREET model for New Mexico, which is, as I've indicated in my text, is what I used in my modeling.
So you also state here that the CI of power consumed in New Mexico is higher than average because of exports of wind and solar energy, correct?
Yes.
Do you know of any other major exports of New Mexico electricity other than the wind and solar exports you noted here?
No, I don't know.
In your experience, is coal in that generation mix one of the main drivers of CI that you calculated?
Yes.
Do you know how many large-scale coal power plants operate in New Mexico?
I just know the percentages as I list there. I don't know how many plants that is.
If I represent to you that there's one, the Four Corners Generating Station, would you have any reason to dispute that?
No.
Do you know who the majority owner of that facility is?
No.
If I represent to you that the majority owner of that facility is the Arizona Public Service, would you have any reason to dispute that?
No.
Do you know what state Arizona Public Service provides electric service to?
No.
Would it surprise you if I said it was Arizona?
No, it would not, but I don't know that I don't know what markets they participate. I expect that Arizona is one of them, but I don't know that that's their only one.
Now that we've talked about some of the exports, do you know if New Mexico has any major imports of carbon-free electricity?
I don't know.
If I represent to you that both El Paso Electric and PNM receive large fractions of their electricity from ownership and shares of the Palo Verde nuclear plant in Arizona, would you have any reason to dispute that?
No.
Are you still with me on page 16?
I am.
Do you still believe that the CI of power consumed in New Mexico is higher than the CI you calculated based on that generation mix, given the import and export discussion we just had?
So, again, I testified. I did not calculate the CI based on that mix. I reported as what EIA lists as the generation mix in New Mexico in 2023, and that I used the value for the New Mexico generating mix as in the 2024 R&D GREET model.
Ms. Nixon, you have about another minute.
I have one more question. Dr. Schubert, you stated there is a finite supply of low carbon intensity fuels. Is renewable electricity a low carbon intensity fuel?
Yes, it is.
Is that fuel finite?
On any given day, it is, yes.
But it's a renewable electricity.
The volume that is generated on a given day is finite. Clearly, those plants produce more every day.
I'm out of time.
From renewable resources.
Thank you, Dr. Schubert. I'm out of time, but it's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Ms. Nixon. All right, let's turn to the board. Member Ely, do you have questions?
No questions.
Member Garcia.
No questions, thank you.
Member Honker.
Just one. Thank you, Dr. Schubert, for your testimony. In responding to Ms. Nixon, and in light of the statutory reduction targets, you said NMED didn't have a choice in what targets are in the proposed rule. Would you also concur that this board doesn't have a choice in changing those targets in light of the state legislature?
I would expect that the board has to follow the statute, and those targets are specified in the statute.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Honker. Member Bitzer? Vice Chair Trujillo?
She says she does not have any questions.
Thank you, Pam. Madam Chair.
Thank you for your testimony, Dr. Schubert. I appreciate the discussion. I have no questions.
All right, thank you. Mr. Molenberg.
Okay. Or I might take it. Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Dr. Schubert, thank you again for your testimony today. One minor housekeeping matter just to clarify a figure that was discussed. On page 19 of your testimony, there's a figure that's at the top of that page that's identified as figure 9. One moment, please.
Which page was that again?
Page 19.
Yes.
And Dr. Schubert, is that the same figure that's labeled as figure 8 on page 33 of the Stillwater report?
Let me confirm that. Yes, it is.
Thank you. Just wanted to clarify that for the record. Dr. Schubert, when you presented the summary of your testimony today, you went over 3 recommendations. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And can you remind the board what those 3 recommendations were?
Pull up my testimony, make sure I get those correct. Yes, so recommendation number 1 is that a more gradual startup pace would enable obligated parties to acquire the credits needed to create a liquid credit market, reducing the risk of price spikes at the start of the program.
That's the first one?
Yes.
Thank you. You've been asked a number of questions today. Is there anything in the discussion that we've just heard that would change your recommendation?
No.
Could you go to recommendation number 2 and again remind the board what that was?
Madam Hearing Officer, I would object to this line of questions. In cross-examination, Dr. Schubert just said that he didn't have any recommendations and would defer those to the later witnesses.
Oh, no, he did have recommendations in his presentation. I remember them. They were on his closing slide. Go ahead, Mr. Rollenberg and Dr. Schubert.
Thank you. So Dr. Schubert, again, would you take a look at question number 2 and remind the board what that was?
Yes. So my recommendation number 2 was that early approval of project credits for carbon capture as well as GHG reductions at refineries and renewable fuel plants can assist program objectives.
Thank you. And in the discussion today before the board, was there anything that would change that recommendation?
No.
And move on, please, to recommendation number 3.
Recommendation number 3, a well-defined, transparent process for issuing program deferrals would create confidence for parties making investments to facilitate market compliance.
Thank you. And is there anything in the discussion before the board today that would cause you to change that recommendation?
No.
Thank you. Dr. Schubert, referring back to the general discussions we've had today, is there anything you've heard or questions you've been asked that would cause you to change any of the opinions or recommendations in your testimony?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. I think with that, I can conclude and wrap up Dr. Schubert's testimony and would ask that he be excused.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mullenberg. Thank you very much, Dr. Schubert.
Thank you.
Let's see, I see Ms. Sona on her feet.
Madam Hearing Officer, I know we have about 4 minutes left before they ask us to exit the building. And I wanted to raise a matter about getting a better understanding about what the rest of our week is going to look like. I do think there's a number of loose ends left from the conversation on Friday and concerns that NMED has. I don't know if you're preparing to address those, but I can raise them if you'd like.
Yes, that's exactly where I was going to ask. Where do we start in the morning? And Mr. Sorayas has indicated through the chat that he'd like to offer his opening statement as soon as we can call on him. But please go ahead.
Thank you. In addition to Mr. Sorayas's opening statement, remaining in the hearing, from my understanding of what I've put together, is NMED's cross-examination of Mr. Smith from Rio Valley Biofuels, which we do need to still arrange with him. We have HF Sinclair's witnesses, which I believe I heard they were going to appear tomorrow. Perhaps I'm wrong on that. And then we have an unknown, which is Oxy USA's 2 witnesses. Mr. Tucker was not available to share on Friday when they would be available. We also have the unknown of American Fuel and Petrochemical Manufacturers witness. And then we have the tentative plan that NMOGA and API's witnesses will sit on Thursday. With all of that, there was a proposal to not have an active hearing on Wednesday. However, there is a New Mexico agency that intends to provide public comment on Wednesday. And so I would just raise that the unknowns about the availability for the remaining witnesses are kind of concerning. You know, they were very active last week and everyone's absent today and Friday. And we really want to make sure we can get this hearing done timely. I have done calculations again. It's not the 48 days I think I initially proposed, but if everyone's utilizing their cross-examination time, we will not finish with the parties remaining by the end of Friday. So I just asked for some procedural protections in place, some clarity from the additional parties about what their intended role is for cross-examination and the like, to make sure that if Wednesday is indeed a quieter day and not just public comment, that we will finish this hearing without prejudice to NMED's ability to cross-examine last.
All right. As my understanding as well is that H.F. Sinclair's witnesses could go tomorrow morning and certainly take Mr. Sorayas' opening statement. Do we have Mr. Tucker or Ms. Jones handy?
Yes, I'm on the platform.
All right. Will your witness be available tomorrow?
Our witnesses are planning to arrive on Wednesday and will be available on Thursday and Friday after Namoga's witnesses for their presentation and cross.
Okay, available Thursday and Friday. Thank you. And do we have Mr. Wexler? No. Or Ms. Olson? Okay, so we don't know about M Fuel. All right, so we may not be able to take off Wednesday is what you're raising the specter of here. All right, well then let's not make any promises along those lines. I think we should see how far we get tomorrow. Let's see here. Have you reached out to all of the other parties about their availability tomorrow? No, because I can ask Pam to do that, obviously.
I have not specifically reached out, but I haven't heard anything. And so just given the conversations that were to happen Friday, it was my understanding they would be providing that information.
All right.
Can't hurt all the cats, if you will.
Right. All right. So we're going to loop back to every party we don't know about yet and see how many folks we can get to present tomorrow, because I certainly want to make full use of every day that we're together. All right. Anything else before we adjourn for the evening? Not for the evening, sorry, for the next 45 minutes. We'll be back on the platform by 6 to ask for public comment. Thank you all. There you go. Okay, now I'm unmuted. Terrific. Good evening. My name is Felicia Orth, hearing officer appointed by the Environmental Improvement Board to conduct a hearing in the proposed adoption of the Clean Transportation Fuels Program, EIB 25-23. This is our September 29th, 6 p.m. public comment session. I'm going to ask Lisa O'Grady to offer some comment about the Spanish Channel.
Good evening. For anyone who would like to provide public comment this evening in Spanish, if you can go to the bottom of your Webex screen and you'll see a globe, and all you'll need to do is click on the globe and then click Spanish. Para alguien que quisiera dar su comentario público en español, por favor miren en la esquina inferior a la izquierda y verán el mundo. Allí pueden hacer clic y escoger español.
Thank you, Lisa. All right, Pam, is Melissa Bernardin the first one?
Yes, she is.
All right, just a few things about public comment. I have to ask you to collect your thoughts. I can only call on you to make oral public comment once. You can submit as much written public comment as you would like to the administrator, Pamela Jones. And I also am keeping track of minutes. If you could keep your oral comment to about 3 minutes or less, we'll be able to get to everyone we need to get to. So I understand Ms. Bernardin is on the platform. Ms. Bernardin, can you unmute yourself?
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening. Oh, one more thing. I have to ask you to spell your first and last name, and then the board's rules require that statements be taken under oath or affirmation. So if you would please, Ms. Bernardin, spell your first and last name.
Melissa Bernardin.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
I'll start your time.
Good evening. My name is Melissa Bernardin. I am a resident of Los Lunas, here to speak on the Clean Fuels Rule. I would like to thank the Environmental Improvement Board for carefully considering this proposed rule, the Environment Department for their hard work proposing it, and Governor Lujan Grisham for her leadership to protect New Mexico from climate change and in initiating this process. As someone who cares deeply about our ability to live, work, farm, and recreate in this beautiful state, now and into the future, I see implementation of a strong clean fuels rule as a critically important action for us to take at the state level. I did my part by switching from a gasoline-powered car to an electric vehicle, and I would like this rule to help incentivize others to do the same. My motivation for switching to an EV was to take personal responsibility for reducing global warming emissions from my vehicle, doing my part to cut vehicle pollution, which is terrible in the main transportation corridors of my town, and to save money on gas that I can spend instead at local businesses. I understand that this program will generate credits and thus funding that could be used for things like building out charger stations, which we need so that others will feel comfortable switching to an EV, and improving public transportation, which we must prioritize in order to provide a safe, swift, and dignified means of travel for those who do not have a personal vehicle. Please ensure that the final rule continues to give electric vehicles appropriate credit for the fact that they are more fuel efficient than gasoline or diesel vehicles. There is one change that I would ask you to make. I understand that the proposed rule would let industry take credit for fuels used in other states through an accounting artifice called book and claim. Please remove that loophole and ensure that clean fuels are used here in New Mexico, benefiting our people and our economy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Bernardin. Pam, who's next?
I don't see anyone with their hand up to make a public comment.
If you would like to make a public comment this evening, please raise your virtual hand or put something in the chat. There will be, half a dozen more opportunities to offer public comment. But if you are here on the platform tonight, I'd be happy to accept your comment. No? Don't see hands.
No, I don't see it.
All right. In that case, the next opportunity for public comment is 1 p.m. tomorrow, Tuesday, September 30. Thank you all. Good night.